Tools, power tools, power tools. Yeah, you just plug them in the wall and think
Hey, good morning, welcome.
you
Pat Sullivan, Jenny Smith. Is Terry in the studio?
She is at the IMS Speedway right now.
Oh.
She's partying it up, I think, a little early.
Oh. I thought I heard her voice.
She may have been reporting from the track.
Oh. And Ethan is back in our studio on Monument Circle.
He is.
Right?
Hey, guys.
We are here at Miss M's in Bargersville, Greenwood, Bargersville.
Almost
And,
to Bargersville. It's about a half mile south.
So obviously in no man's land here between the two. I mean,
That's
is
where
it
I'm most
between the
comfortable.
two?
This place is really developed. This isn't
my
like
gosh.
the 60s.
I love Bargersville.
No kidding. The way I drove in is
Bargersville is a well-kept secret.
Yep.
Is a well-kept secret.
Well, I've looked
and
around here, and it's really looking great. They got some great deals, got great inventory. Spent a lot of time out in the nursery.
I know you did. You were here before they were.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
So I have a confession to make.
Yeah.
Are you ready? I got in a fight with a
Wait a
pair of
minute.
hedge trimmers.
Oh,
Oh,
Denny.
Denny.
And I want to say thank you to IU medical staff. Hannah and Karampur were two great ladies. 21 stitches later.
Oh, my
It was
God.
Did Jane kill you? Did your wife kill you?
No, she. I was in the back and I was brushing. I always tell people, be careful if you got hedge trimmers. Keep two hands on your hedge trimmer all the time. Don't take it off. Well, there were some wires getting close, so I brushed them away with my left hand, and the hedge trimmer hit the brick and bounced out. And I said, gee, I wish I hadn't done that. And
We're
I'm
just
sure
going
that's
to call
exactly
you.
what you said.
Might just start calling you Dick Crumb.
you know, that I was afraid to tell you that, but I thought in true confession, I really wanted to thank the folks at IU.
Wow.
That
that's
emergency
amazing.
room, I got in there. It happened at about 10 minutes after 3. I was at the hospital about 20 minutes after, and I had a doc in front of me within 5 minutes, and it got X-rayed. But the worst part, and you will love this, was I got 3 shots in each finger at the bottom,
I wish I was there to do it.
and that hurts. That was terrible. And then the one finger didn't numb up, so they gave me 3 on the backside.
Oh, boy.
Oh boy, is right. But anyway, I just had to
Let me
come
just
clean.
think of that moment.
Yeah,
Well, I'm glad you're all
you go.
right.
yeah, they were
Yeah,
deep.
I saw it the first
deep.
time.
I know you don't like blood, do you?
Oh, it doesn't bother me. I mean, it's not. I don't think anyone really likes blood.
Yeah.
So, hey, how about the storms last night?
Oh my gosh.
Our hearts go out to the people. I mean, we've had, injuries, death.
Hearts go out to Allison.
Oh, please. Like, we just lost power, and we still don't have it. But, I mean, the
Yeah.
fact that we didn't have any – we had one tree fall. But, man, a lot – I mean, there was a
scary.
lot. There was a lot going on last night.
Where was
so.
a tree fell, and
We
I
were
think
lucky.
a woman lost her life.
Yeah.
Was that in Brown County?
I missed that. The South got it worse than up north. We had lots and lots of wind. We got a lot of tree stuff all over the yard. We just mowed yesterday, but there's just stuff all over the yard. But the Bloomington got hammered hard, and I'm assuming
We had a
South-
ton of trees that came down.
Yeah.
I mean, they were just in pots, so we just picked them back up. But
I wondered where you were going with that.
it actually is. I mean, we are all in a greenhouse, and we are getting ready for our late shift to work, and it's like there's something about a greenhouse because you can see all the trees, not our trees, but I mean trees,
Right.
and the way they move, and you look at
That's
like,
how
oh my god,
That's
Yeah.
how a tree gets strong. Pigs spend all their life out in the wild, and their trunks are big and strong. We bring them inside, and we use them as inside plants, and their stalks get real withery. They'll go straight up, and then you got to have to start putting in poles. But in the natural environment, a tree gets strong by the
I didn't
wind.
even say who's. Hey,
You don't even know who it is.
Stu.
Yeah.
It's been a while since he's been over here.
D squared.
I've seen Stu lately.
Go ahead and say
Gonna
it.
hang out?
He owes you money.
No, we're on a bowling team.
Oh, that makes
Together.
sense.
Yeah.
I know you're really into bowling these days.
Yeah.
It looks like your back's hurting. You all right?
No, I'm good. I've just been working.
Have you been working? Seriously,
Yeah.
you needed to start doing
We
something.
left at 11:30
so
last night.
lazy.
You got it.
I've been awfully attacked by hydrangeas.
Oh,
We had a
I
little.
didn't realize they were hostile.
We had a hydrangea accident.
Is it the first of its kind?
Yeah, as in 3 people ordered hydrangeas, and we have so many hydrangeas.
Oh, the same ones? Or they're all the same?
Well, I think
No, they're not all the same. But I mean, if you want little lime punch, we must have 150 of them.
You know, I came in this morning and they had
I'm not going to
emptied
mention names, Greg.
4 trucks here at Miss M's. Miss M's, they after Mother's Day they were getting low, so Mary reordered, and you guys always get the stuff just before the weekend, and so nobody gets any sleep on Friday nights.
We get shipments every day, pal.
Do you?
They don't- I feel like garden centers in general don't sleep through May.
Must not. But here at Miss M's, we've got an open house special. This is the spring open house, 20% off everything in stock. No
What?
special orders, labor's excluded, but anything 20% off.
Like
everything.
Like the flower, like everything?
Everything.
Like the trees, shrubs?
Door prizes inside the garden shop. You got sign up for race tickets.
That reminds me of our
Chris
little,
and Kevin over
our
there.
video that we did for our 20, which we do in February. And because people will say, well, is this included? It's like, yes. How about this? It's like, yes. Everything is 20% off.
They got food trucks out here. We're going to have a little bit of
Are the
music.
hanging baskets 20%?
Enjoy
Yes.
Mallow Run wine and more. They got food trucks.
Oh, I love
But
Mallow
it doesn't
wine.
include the trees. Yes.
It does
everything
include the trees.
is 20% off.
Yeah. We're going to have David Bergman come by. He's the landscape
Oh, my God.
architect.
He's my favorite.
He's your favorite? Who's your second favorite?
You. Come here and sit on my lap. You know what? I can't believe I forgot this. And I literally remembered it, and I was going to the rack of flowers to do it, and then I forgot. I got those firefly petunias in.
Really? The iridescent ones or the fluorescent
You
ones?
ordered more?
Yeah.
Well, you're a nut. Why did you order them? They didn't work
Well-
last time.
Well, last year they were in their first year.
Yeah.
So
So now they're all dialed in with their packaging and stuff. And it was really, I was working on the hydrangeas in we have construction going, so all the lights have been taken out, so it's pitch black. And I saw them. They actually
you saw
glowed.
the light?
Oh,
They
get out
actually
of here.
glowed.
I believed. Maybe we just didn't believe hard enough last time.
So I was going to bring a flat of them and like
We were gonna go to closet.
I was going to have people sign up and we were going to give them away.
That's fun.
I got enough issues.
That's a good idea.
Than coming
Where
out
are
of
they?
a dark closet with Pat Sullivan.
Can we do it? And then we could have Brian or somebody pick them up. And then the people have to come pick them. I can't believe I forgot this. It's like, it was going to
Well-
be my thing.
I was going to fly the gyroplane in today, the westerly
yeah.
winds, but I couldn't take off. I
Guys
could
are
land
full of
and everything.
ideas today.
Yeah, but
You know, it seems
30
like-
mile an hour gusting winds
I will
is going to
say
be with us today.
my idea is a little more feasible than flying.
Don't tempt me, buddy.
It was windy when I came
It was
down
a
here.
game day decision. I wanted so. I flew down here for Sam's birthday. Sam McKella turned 29, and he thinks it's the end of the world. And so I flew down here, but they had
Who's
a
that?
lance-
Who's that again?
Sam and Kella run this. McKella and Sam Marsh. Last name is Marsh. They served their apprenticeship up at Sundown Gardens for 2 or 3 years, and they're both from farming communities, and they come down here. They're running this place down here.
Excellent. All right. Well, that's good.
See, Miss M stands for McKella and Mary. And now there's a new one in the family, Marie G.
Oh.
And so Miss M. So we
Oh,
got
so they- all
three
three
M's
can
now.
take it.
Well, hopefully we'll get her. She's
Yeah, I
a
kind of feel
producer
sorry for Mike.
for my.
He has a Mr.
I
Mike
feel like
corner.
he's been left out.
We can make him a corner.
I just realized I left my coffee in the car. I see
Oh,
you guys
boy.
drinking coffee.
Yeah,
Well-
we needed it today.
Any big news for the show today?
Oh, yeah. I got a lot of stuff planned. Oh, but can I go back to the Firefly?
Firefly?
Because I was going to tell you. So I bought 90 pots. The cost of those things, wholesale, $19.50.
Okay.
$19.50.
I'm trying to think what we paid for last. I think 30.
So why?
30 bucks.
So why are you doing them?
I don't know.
It's cool. It's a little
It is
fun
cool.
thing. So are you selling them at the store?
Yeah, we're going to sell them for $29.
But they're not on sale yet.
Well, they're for sale. I mean, they're there. If you go, they're at Keystone. just tell somebody they're in the tunnel still.
Oh my gosh, you're gonna give your staff a heart attack.
Tell
Just
tell
go
them,
in the tunnel.
Tell them to save a flat because we really ought to try them. We ought to, tell them not to sell them out.
I think. Okay, we'll brainstorm because I think it would be really cool.
To do a little giveaway.
People coming here, they sign up, and then once an hour we would pull like 3 names or something like that.
How long do they last? Because we'll be at Sullivan's in a couple weeks.
Well, I kind of want to do it
You wanna do it now?
for Miss M's to help people come. Drive a little traffic.
Well, do me run up there?
No,
No,
You
no,
stay right where you
stay
are.
I can go
right
real
where you are.
quick.
No, you're fine.
I mean, if I run into
No,
another
I think
Starbucks, that's
it's
okay, or-
okay. It's okay.
Who?
Maybe we'll take a little snap tour.
No.
Hey, is
Take a
it
little
nice to
lunch.
have I-69? It is so
Oh.
fast from 465 down
Dreams finally come true.
here. Hallelujah.
Wait, should I have taken that?
How did you come
No,
down?
you're good.
You come down 31? What'd you come down?
31, 32, whatever it took. No, I took whatever the voice in my head told me to. 70?
Yeah,
70 to 65?
that's what I assume. Yeah.
65, yeah.
It came 65. Well, 69 for those of us who live more westerly is a sweetheart drive. I mean, from 465 to Martinsville is maybe 20 minutes. It's just
Really?
no
Yeah.
stoplights.
Goes right through town?
Yeah.
Thank you, Mitch Daniels.
It's honestly, it's really nice. It's really nice.
And every governor since who's taken credit for it, but it was Mitch that
It
got
took
it going.
forever, but I think it was.
It did take forever.
Forever.
Those things do take forever, though.
All right, before we go to break, 20% off everything in stock here, Pat.
Now, does that include the stuff outside?
Everything.
Yeah.
But no special orders now. This is what's here and no labor. But 20% off everything.
Like that fountain?
I
They do have
suppose.
some cool fountains.
They
They do.
They also, if you're really into fairy gardens, which I think a lot of kids are too, but I think they're so fun. They have a
Do
whole
they-
display over
You know
here.
what?
And I'm obsessed with it. I was obsessed with it last year, and I still love it.
I need to give them some fairy garden stuff.
Oh yeah, you do.
Did you buy a truckload of that junk?
Yes.
I thought you
can't
did.
believe that we did this. So a company that was getting out of fairy, and we do a lot of they do those peace pole things,
Mm-hmm.
and oh, look at the time.
He's only told you 3 times.
I can't hear him. Has he been talking to me?
No,
Yes.
it's okay. It's okay. We're all right.
I really didn't hear him. But anyways, so they got rid.
So he keeps talking.
They said, "Hey, we'll sell you everything for $5,000."
Was everything a lot of things?
It was 2 semis.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah,
So where are they
it
in the
was
I'll
warehouse?
take it.
48 pallets.
You hear Allison? Al says, "I'll take it."
Oh man.
I should just give him some.
You probably should.
Well, we do have the fairy tale. What are
Yeah.
they called? Fairy garden classes at
Yeah,
Allisonville.
well, we would have to fill the Indianapolis Motor Speedway to get rid of all this stuff. All right, 239-9393 is our number. We're here at Miss M. Hey, good morning. Welcome back. Pat Sullivan along with Denny Smith. Terry Stacy is out at the Indianapolis Motor Speedway for qualifications.
Yeah, she's been out there all week.
Has she?
Yeah, that's her place.
It's her happy place.
Did you hear they raised the blackout?
Yes.
Oh, they did?
They did.
And they did it before they had a sellout, but they were confident they were going to have the sellout. So
Yes, they've raised the blackout, but it's still more fun, in our honest, unbiased opinion, to listen to it on the radio. WWS.
You know what?
Just saying.
I can attest to that. So, we had a lake house.
Yeah.
The best 7 years of my life.
Okay.
You know,
Including
it's
the-
weird because we got so excited about building this home. It was great.
Oh, you built it?
We built this brand new home. And it really was a home.
Where was it at?
It was
Lake
in Rochester,
Manitou,
Okay.
Manitou.
Fulton County.
So built
What
this
did
house.
you say about $750,000 southeast
Yeah,
of Maxon?
of Max and Cookie. Not much. Boy, it's going up though.
Is it?
But anyways, so it didn't work out because we did this thing. I don't know why Beth didn't remind me. I forgot I had a radio show on Saturday, so I can't really be there Saturday.
Oh.
So
So
and
you
then
never really-
And then the other thing I forgot is I work every day. So, but anyways,
You do know you're in charge of your own schedule.
yeah, tell me about it. But anyway, so I was, but anyways, is that what I'm supposed to say?
Yeah, everyone loves when you say anyways with
Anyways.
S
Oh,
at the
God,
end.
we'll
right.
get hell for that too.
All right. You know what? Just go down to the Kroger's and get yourself a ice cream bar.
Yeah.
So anyways, so I was excited to watch the race live,
Yeah.
and I started watching the race live, and it's like, this isn't really all that fun.
No.
Yeah.
So we got in the pontoon boat, got the radios, and listened to it.
That's
And the excitement, it's just so fun to listen on the radio.
those announcers can make a phone book sound
Yeah.
exciting. They're just truly, and then the sound of the cars racing behind it.
Yeah.
There's something just different about it on the radio.
Yeah.
There are those when I
And you
went,
can do
we
both.
would-
You
We
can
would
do
listen
both.
to
Yeah,
WIBC
absolutely.
while you're at the track, and that's what.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
That's what.
That's how you know what's going on.
Yeah.
Yeah, you can, like you said, just listen or see it on the TV, but just mute it and then have the radio go in the back. I mean,
Yeah.
perfect.
I mean, there'll probably be a little delay, but it'll be close enough.
Yeah, you still get the atmosphere, which is the best part.
Yeah.
Have
Are you
been-
going?
When was the last time you went to the track?
I went last year was my first year. Which of course was the rain out delay, so that was. The
See, I don't even
experience.
remember that.
See, I do.
Yeah.
And then the I will say the getting out was a bit crazy. They had the whole parking issue last year, but we're going again this year.
You
I
are
was-
so fair-skinned. Wear a big brim hat.
Oh,
you
I've been told that
sunburned?
my whole
Not
life.
going
Oh
to
my
the
God.
Kentucky Derby.
No, she's going to the bake
Believe it or
out.
not, I've been this skin tone my whole life.
Yeah.
Yeah.
the
And she
first
knows
thing that
she knows
my-
how to handle it.
Yep. The first thing my pediatrician apparently told my mom was to never let this kid go outside without sunscreen. True story. But anyway, yeah, so I'll be out there this year. I think we're in turn 3. We had another person buy the tickets. I'm not a big fan of the spot, but it'll be
Okay.
fun to be there. I think I'm going to try and go into the snake pit. I've never been to the snake
Oh.
pit, and I feel like I have to.
Is that
at
where
least-
the music is? and
That's where
stuff?
the music is, and apparently that's where all the fun stuff happens. I just want to be an observer because I feel
Yeah,
like
but
you
it's
have
not-
to go in there just for a little bit. Just for a little bit.
It's not the snake pit like of the 1970s.
No.
It's in the third turn now, but it's my understanding
Do
that Gronk,
people keep their clothes on?
Gronk
Well,
is going to be
I'll
there.
report back.
All right. What'd
Yeah,
you say?
Gronk is going to be there.
Gronk is going to be there, and
Oh,
he that is his genre. I mean,
Yeah.
he should be great.
And
with
did you
that.
see Tom Brady's going to be in one of the fast laps?
in the 2-seater?
Yeah.
Oh, really?
Yeah, so that's interesting.
Hmm.
That'll be really interesting. Hopefully the tires aren't deflated.
Yeah.
You know that yesterday
Look with that.
Hammer started to bring it up. He's almost become likable now. You know, I hated him when he was a Patriot, but after he got
Oh, I
to
thought you were
Florida,
talking about Hammer.
no,
Yeah.
no, Hammer was talking about it, and he said he's almost
that's right.
likable, and
Well,
he
you
is.
know what?
When he moved to Florida, I think
I mean, the
everyone-
reason people hated Tom Brady was he was so good,
and he wasn't part of our team.
and he wasn't on our team.
Well, he was.
People hated Peyton Manning too.
He was an arrogant snout too.
Yeah, he
you
does seem a
know.
little arrogant, but you know,
You know.
it's all right.
But he got normal. He got arrested. He got drunk. I mean, all of a sudden we saw a different side of Tom Brady.
But yeah, it'll be a fun fun year. Hopefully the rain stays away, and
you're
yeah,
going. That's
I'm
really
going for a second year, so I'm excited. I'm a little nervous because it's a sellout, so it'll be a lot of people.
Are you
but,
driving?
We haven't thought that far ahead, which
All
is
right.
probably.
I might be going too.
You would
You
go
should.
to the.
He's really thinking
no
about
way.
it. He really
yeah,
is.
I wanted to go. I went in '73.
It's changed a little bit, I think.
Has it? Okay. I was selling newspapers then, so I was working. Dude, I've told this story. I went to confession.
Because you made so much money?
Well, it was 3 days of rain, and I brought drop cloths from the hardware. And we sold those 9x12 drop cloth for 39 cents, the real light one. And I sold them for $1.
I made more money
$1.
selling
$1?
selling newspapers on Qualls Day, on the fast day, and on the day of the race, you would carry your route in Speedway for a whole year, so you could sell up and down Crawfordsville Road $1 a paper. And I made more money selling papers that day than I made the whole year.
So on race day, they assigned you a stand. In qualifications, you could go as a paper boy wherever you wanted.
Okay.
But qualifications,
That's true.
You had, or I mean, at the race day, you actually had a stand.
Well, that would make sense, though.
Yeah.
The paper truck delivering the bundles of papers had a police escort. That's how important it was to the Indianapolis
See those
Star.
right there? That's Hoosier. Those are called Fancy Boys, and that's from Schlegel Greenhouse right there.
Those planters.
Yeah,
They're
those
beautiful.
planters. Those are absolutely gorgeous. The grass coming out of the top of that
And you know what?
is
Here
like
at Miss
a,
M's, Pat, those are 20% off. 20% off those.
Wow. That, you know what, people go gaga. So it's a combo pot. It has a grass that's similar to like a Prince Tut is what it's
Oh, yes.
called.
Is that the
And
thriller?
there's some callies in there. There's some Trinia, and there's some sun patience, coral sun patience. But it's that. See the foliage coming out, the yellow and green.
Yeah.
That people go gaga over that.
And what's that
They're
called?
beautiful.
You know what? I'm trying to think of what that is.
They're 20% off.
So, but that's exactly the stuff that you get from Schlegel Greenhouse.
Yeah, and they're gorgeous, and they last a long time if you take care of them. Terry still has hers from last Mother's Day.
Oh, you don't want to do that
Well, don't tell her that.
because you really need to throw them away at the end of the season
And why is that?
so that I can
Make
make more money on you next
So
season.
you can support your local economy.
Yeah, that's
Yeah,
right.
Terry's very proud of herself. She brought it indoors all
No,
winter
that-
long.
Shouldn't do that because there's probably bugs in it and stuff, and
Sullivan?
and rabies.
I'll let you
There's probably rabies in that.
inside the planter.
Yeah.
Okay. I'll let Terry.
239.
Terry.
Don't forget to sign up for the door prizes when you come out here to Miss M's. There's door prizes just inside the garden shop.
Oh.
And the boys, Kevin and Chris over there, they've got 2 race tickets in an envelope ready to give away. All you got to do is sign up. They'll have the
Tickets
drawing
to the
here
actual race?
of the actual race.
Wow.
No, wait a minute. The Indianapolis 500 or something over at the Speedrome?
The Indianapolis 500. It's in the North Vista, which is between turns 3 and 4.
They're not last year's tickets.
They're not last year's tickets.
I just feel like there's a trick here.
There's not a trick here.
All right, 239-9393. Coming right back with more 93 WIBC.
This hour on WIBC is powered by Pierce Jewelers, designers of fine custom jewelry.
You by the fine folks at EF Marburger Fine Flooring. They compete with the big box stores. They are unbelievably tough, and now they're even tougher because now they're offering up to 15% off the Shaw products for their spring
much?
into Shaw sale. 15% off.
15.
Shaw really is the best flooring stuff. All right, so this week, learning a lesson from my dear friend Allison Lemons, who fact checks me to make sure that I'm right. I was going to once and for all fact check Pat Sullivan.
Oh, boy.
Because when we talk about moles, in fact, you can see the label of this. It says the mole fact sheet.
Wait a minute. Is that like the animal or
The
on
animal.
your back?
Yeah, no. You always talk so authoritatively about moles. I set out to either prove you right or prove you wrong. And so I went to the Purdue website and read the scientific journals. I went to Michigan State, which about choked me, and the University of Missouri, and I went to all of them to find out how to get rid of moles and what the best way was. All right. The things that do not work. Are you ready?
Okay.
Smoking the tunnels.
Yeah, but you know what? There's a place for those.
There's a place for those. Those are the smoke bombs.
Because, can I just comment
Hey,
as we go?
I'm trying to make you look good. Don't help
Those
me.
smoke things, after a long winter, because your lawn smokes, your neighbors will come out and you'll see them after a long
No,
winter.
what turns out why it doesn't work is because the mole's natural instinct is to backfill the hole, and the smoke never gets to them. And they showed that that was a University of Missouri study, and the moles are too smart for that. Here's another one that does not work: garlic, human hair, and chewing gum.
Oh.
Now, Pat Sullivan always said that Dick told him that they could chew tobacco. you
Yeah.
know, and then when they
Come up to spit, you just whack them over the head.
Yeah, you whack them over the head.
Yeah.
All right, so that doesn't work. So Pat's on to this one. Now, this is where Pat and I used to
cramp again.
get sideways. The ultrasonic or vibrating devices.
Yeah.
You said they never work, right?
I say no.
Yeah, and I always said that they worked for me.
Right. And my brother-in-law, he always said, "Oh, yeah, they work." I said, "Did you have moles?" He goes, "No."
But he still doesn't.
But
Still doesn't.
Michigan State white paper, and I can't remember if it was Dr. Charlotte or who it was, but absolutely they do not. Proven ineffective in university testing, moles quickly ignore or adapt to the devices. So there you go.
It's kind of funny, too, because Michigan State University was the one that gave some credence to castor bean oil.
Oh, Sonny, isn't that funny? Castor oil-based repellents provide temporary relief by encouraging moles to move, but not a permanent solution, but maybe part of a combined approach.
Is that from Michigan State?
That was, I can't remember.
Because Michigan State was the one that gave it kind of a thumbs up. So I guess there's a little something to it.
Castor oil. All right, so trapping, scissor jaw, harpoon, and choker loop traps, considered the gold standard
They don't work.
by university extensions. High success rate with proper placement may require practice, local compliance, and following the runs.
Local compliance.
Is there
The
a bounty?
key there is you had a key word.
High success with proper placement.
Proper placement.
And since I'm making you look good, go ahead and talk how we find the main run.
Yeah, before we jump into trapping moles, we're going to take 24 to 6 hours and we're going to place, we're going to smash down the runs and we're going to mark those. If you flag, your neighbors will go on over, or you power, something like that. You go back 24 hours later and you look for one that's been pushed back up or several. Then you've identified an active run.
Now, that was the number 2, using the thing. The number 1, and Pat, you've always said that, lethal baiting, in other words, the Talprid worm. And that was Purdue. Purdue really hammered this down. Proven effective when placed correctly in active tunnels. Contains bromothallin, a lethal ingredient. Must be handled with gloves to avoid contamination. In other words, they're gummy worms. Don't leave them out for the kids. And follow all label and regulatory guidelines. Remember, in the state of Indiana, the label is the law. But you've always said that the worms were the most effective. And there you go, buddy.
Definitely for consumers. Now, what did you do any research on? Because you get pushback all the time on as worms. It's like if somebody has a dog or somebody has a cat and all that kind of stuff. And how do you use those? Or the other thing people will say is, what if they find the dead mole?
You don't know what got it.
Right.
Yeah. But
So-
the point is that everything's got a drawback, but there's combined things.
Yeah.
Like if you want to chase the moles into a specific area, that would be a good place to use that castor oil. The garlic and the human hair, that's just nonsense. That's not going to work. But always follow the
How
label.
about ground up glass?
Mr.
That was a good one. They
Mr.
sliced
Sullivan, here you
themselves.
go. My congratulations for nailing
Well, thank you
it.
very
You really
much.
did nail it. And
Wow.
Allison, thanks for teaching me how to.
You know what?
fact-check.
It's very possible that that my mentor Dick Crum actually wrote this. So
This is actually from the Indy Star from 20 years
Yeah.
ago.
But
so
I will say this: I am learning to use so many different tools, and if you are over the age of 50, and you think that artificial intelligence is
how you doing on the hedge trimmer?
the hedge trimmer bounces off concrete walls.
Denny got 21 stitches in his hand
He has 3
last
fingers.
week on 3 different fingers,
Ugh.
and we're lucky it didn't.
Get the tops off.
Yeah,
You know,
I didn't want to say that.
again, this gives me a chance to say thank you to Dr. Hannah Cole or Hannah Carson, and she's a PA. I shouldn't call her a doctor, but she stitched me up, and it hurt like a devil.
Oh, I'm
this dog.
sure.
And then this sweet little nurse, they called her Karen, and I said it must be a bear to be called Karen now in life. She goes, "My real name is Karan Pura, but everybody calls me Karen."
So
But
Karen's a step
she
up
gave
for
me
her,
the
I guess.
tetanus shot, and if you have not been to the IU North emergency room, God bless you. But if you ever have to go, IU North, I was in and out. I had a professional in front of me, X-rays,
Man, I wish I would
and they
have
didn't
been able
call me
to
a dumb butt any.
hit you in the rear end with a shot.
I will say this: they
Any
didn't-
shot.
Yeah,
Do you remember
it didn't care.
Dr. Tom
Don't matter.
Moore?
Give me whatever.
Remember Dr. Tom Moore?
Yeah.
All right. So
Do I ever?
he always said that he hopes that the last hour of his life is as long as the first hour on radio. Remember him saying that?
Yeah.
What I remember is that they made me take my hand that was wide open with these wounds and hold it underwater for 5 minutes. And I thought I was going to die. I thought I was going to wet myself. In fact, she asked me, she says, "Can you make a fist?" And I said, "Yes." And she says, "Can you show me?" I said, "Not without myself, but I will do it." And so I squeezed my hand. Of course, the blood came out, and she goes, "You're good." And then she started to
Is that all that
anesthetize.
came out?
Well, you know, what can I say? It hurt. But anyway, I'll send you some pictures.
Well, you don't have to.
No, really. I
We
don't,
believe you.
I don't need any photos.
All
Yeah,
I
we
can say
believe
is,
you.
God bless America. Our healthcare system, I was so impressed.
He's
I
very
dro-
emotional about this.
I drove
This,
my-
Which I
this really
understand.
changed his life.
I
Yeah.
drove myself to, of course, I had my hand all wrapped
Jane
up.
wouldn't take you?
Jane,
She said, "Rub dirt on it."
no. Jane was not home at the time.
Oh.
Oh my
Why didn't you
gosh,
call
Denny.
me?
Because I wouldn't be there. I would still be there.
This is a PSA for everybody out there. Don't do dangerous things at home by yourself.
That's right.
Trimming bushes? That's
yeah,
not
evidently,
Well, you just proved you
evidently
can't do
for
it.
you, that's dangerous.
You're just
You're on a
jealous.
watch list.
21
Remember-
stitches
hey.
later.
Remember how you used to go to Dick Crum's house and chain up everything?
Yeah.
I'm
It's
on
about
my way.
time. It's about
I'm on
time.
my way.
Hannah Carson, thank you at IU North and also Karanpur. You're listening to the
I
Home
call
of-
her Karen.
Karen. That's what. That's
Coming
what she
right back, we're here at Miss M's in Bargersville, where everything is 20% off. Everything that's in stock, 20% off. That doesn't, no special orders, labor
Everything?
excluded. Everything like that. That houseplant, yes, 20% off. They have great annuals, the trees, shrubs. The gift shop is lovely. Everything 20% off. Is that just today?
It's just today, but it's all day.
Saturday's Home and Garden program brought to you in part by the Michaelis Corporation. Water, storms, fire, and wet basements. Life happens. Michaelis happens to help you through it.
Tony Katz.
Rob Gronkowski is going to be the Indy 500 Coors Light Snake Pit Grand Marshal. That's deflating. See what I did there?
Hey, good morning. Welcome. Pat Sullivan, Denny Smith. Terry Stacy is out at the great Indianapolis Motor Speedway for qualifications today. Allison Lemons is here, of course, close to home. She's very thrilled.
Thrilled
that we're here in Bargersville at Miss M's, where everything is 20% off.
Everything?
Everything.
Like all the knick-knack, paddywhack?
20% off, done. Trees, shrubs.
Plants?
Also, they're going to have live music throughout the day. Mile Run Winery is serving from 11 to 2.
Oh, if they could,
food truck outside.
If
which
they
I'm
could
sure we will
serve
sample
early,
later.
that would be great.
And they also have tons of door prizes, and I believe our team is giving away 2 tickets to the 500. So if you want to stop in and
That's right, and that's the
before we
North
leave at
Vista.
1.
Those seats are good seats. They're right between the 3rd and 4th turn. And ladies are going up to the counter right now. Sign up for the tickets, lady.
She just ran away from
She
you.
ran away.
So I'm thinking. So I said I wanted to go. So Andrew has bought a couple tickets.
I wish I'd
And
have
your
known
son
that.
Andrew, he does things big.
He's bougie.
He's bougie. If I had to do any family vacation with you guys, I'd go with Andrew.
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. He takes my credit card and has a.
I wish
No,
I'd have
so
known
he
that.
went. We have a couple. There's something that's like kind of a suite, but you can buy individual tickets in it.
Okay. So you're thinking about going to the 500?
Well, he bought 2 tickets for it.
You should go. I really think you should go.
How are you going to drive and how are you going to park?
Well, we were going to fly in.
No, you weren't.
Ooh, Denny could.
That
Drop
was
you in.
the plan. Was a helicopter.
helicopter.
And then we decided, no.
Yeah.
I don't think I would do that anyways. They
You would
kinda
love
scare
it.
me.
If it's windy, you would not like it. But if it's just normal conditions, you'd love
I'm a
it.
little scaredy cat when it comes to that.
You won't go in the gyroplane with me.
That's true because it's a flying lawnmower.
It's not a flying.
It's why does it say Toro?
It doesn't say Toro. It says Rotax.
Maybe my mind is creating that.
I think it must be. You're
I-
It's
tired.
protecting you.
When I look at it, my brain.
Let me
see
tell you
Toro.
about the open house specials here at Miss M's. It's about a half a mile south of what is it? Smith Valley Road? Oh, Stones Crossing.
Is
Look at me.
it closer to Greenwood or Bargersville?
It's between Greenwood and Bargersville, but it's probably closer to Bargersville. Bargersville is 5 minutes south. But right off 135, 20% off everything in stock. That is no special orders, labor's excluded. But I'm telling you what, if you've been waiting to do something in the garden, inside the house, this gift shop, look at this gift shop. You want to tell us again about this fairy garden? What is that stuff?
Oh yeah, if you're really into fairy gardens, with especially fun with little kids, they have tons of little knickknacks you can put in and play with those. But yeah, they have gift shop stuff galore. The hanging baskets still look really good. It's beautiful
It's
out here.
beautiful
They've
out
done
here.
a really good job.
You know
Miss
what?
M's.
And they got a good traffic in here.
They do. It's been consistent.
Yeah.
And coming up in the next hour, we're going to get Michaela Marsh, who is one of the proprietors here. This is a family-owned business, and they have faced every impediment to getting this thing together. But it's here now.
Yeah, it looks great.
It's a year downstream, and it is beautiful and so well run. So well run. So we'll get Michaela on here, and maybe we'll find Miss Mary too.
All right. Well, that sounds great, Den.
All right.
All right. So what should we talk about for our last 4 minutes?
Our last 4 minutes? All right. So
Well, we could-
a fella just walked up to us and he said, I planted some grass seed and the weeds have sort of taken over. Mm-hmm. Said, okay, have you mowed it? He says, yeah, I've mowed it 2 or 3 times. So that was Pat and Dick's rule that, after you mow it so many times, you should be able to put weed killer down.
As long as you don't mow it multiple times in one day.
Yeah, you got to let it grow out.
Yeah, usually when it's up and after it's been mowed a couple times,
Yeah. Well,
then you can. I would still be careful.
The guy looked like he could walk and chew gum. I didn't have to tell him not to mow it 3 times in one day, did I?
That was just a little joke, Den.
Oh.
I mean, I think maybe you're still hit with the anesthetic. Anesthesia.
Let's see
Yeah.
that again. I don't want to.
And the reason it's important, and really going back to before you decide whether you want to plant grass seed, a lot of the time people go, oh, my lawn is all weeds, I need to plant grass seed. Well, the first thing you need to do is get rid of the weeds.
Before you
because
plant.
You would be shocked how your lawn will recover with turf if you would remove the weeds and the competition. Our rule of thumb is that if the spot is bigger than the palm of my hand, and it's my hand, not your hand, but my hand, if it's bigger than the palm of, then you probably need to reseed.
Yeah.
But if it's the size of my palm or smaller, fertilization and getting rid of the weeds will close that spot up.
When you treat for weeds, are you, after you've got a good stand of grass, you've mowed it a couple times, just basic weed killer, 2,4-D, that type of stuff?
Yeah, usually Trimec.
Trimec.
Now, I will tell you that Miss M's Sundown Garden, obviously they're sister companies, and they do my lawn.
They do my lawn.
yeah, that's right.
They do my lawn too.
Yeah. So
And here's the thing. Sundown Gardens comes down here and does this lawn down here. So they're sister companies.
Yep. So if now, obviously, I would rather. I mean, they have to because they have thousands of things to do. So they put weed killer down. And my lawn is spectacular. But I guess if I had my choice and had all the time in the world, I would just spot treat the weeds instead of putting weed killer down over everything.
You can always do that with those little sprayers.
That's right.
That you put them in a holster.
Yep.
Yeah.
Because, once they get a pretty good, when you get control of the weeds and your turf, your turf is looking good, you don't have to keep putting it back on. If you would let your grass grow to 2.5 or 3 inches, shading out new weeds and a thick turf, that will prevent those weeds from germinating. They'll just kind of die on its own. So it's kind of a little natural way to control weeds in your lawn by just, don't cut it off. Keep it up at about 2.5. Some people can't do that. Some people, it's too long for them. But if you'd keep it at 2.5, 3 inches, it's good for the turf, and then it also will prevent the weeds. A little natural way to do that.
And if you did plant grass seed in the spring, this is what you're dealing with right now. So get yourself a broad spectrum. You said Trimec was with best weed killer after you.
Yeah, which is like Weed Be Gone or so many of them. No, none of them very often will say Trimec on. I don't even think we carry it anymore. Where it just says Trimec, you can see it. Just look for Weed Be Gone. Those products generally are Trimec. So there you go. All right, we're here at Miss M's. We're going to take a short break. We're going to come back. We're going to come up with an incredible plan of what the rest of this show is going to look like. Right here on 93 WIBC.
Some folks say that grown-up men are still just little boys. But really, the only difference is the price of our toys. We go for macho symbols like guns and running shoes, pickup trucks, hunting ducks, and power tools. Power tools. Power tools. Yeah, you just plug them in the wall and think of all you can do.
You know, I just realized hour number 2 of Saturday's Home and Garden program, and you can watch the show.
Oh, that's right. We're
You've
on
been on
YouTube.
camera for the last hour.
I know, and I just realized as I look down the camera, when I stand, they're just looking at my crotch. So
Yeah.
I am
So maybe you
just
should
going
sit
to go
down.
ahead and sit right down. We're here at Miss M's
Hey,
in
before you go
Bargersville.
on, I just got a text message from a friend. He says, "Do you realize that you've complimented Pat twice today? Are you okay?"
Well, he has 21 stitches, and I think sometimes when you have a near-death experience,
Yeah.
that you start maybe feeling bad about some of the things in your life, like the way you treat me.
Oh, Lord. Now, you're left-handed, but even your non-dominant hand, it's amazing how much you use your hands. And when they hurt, you can't do certain things.
Yeah.
You can't.
Do you have to go to physical therapy?
No, and I go to physical therapy.
I'm a tough guy. I just
They did
I was going
say-
to throw some dirt in it and go back to work. but-
No, Jane wasn't home at the time. Anyway, busted up 21 stitches, got in a fight with a coyote who was trying to steal my dog. How's that? Is that a better answer?
Yeah, that's way better.
Let's
than
go with that one.
Okay.
Or I fought off a muskrat down by the pond.
A muskrat.
Yeah, I was going after
Oh,
baby ducks.
it's like a-
yeah, that's what it was.
like a
and the
floating
muskrat
rat.
bit me. Yeah,
So that does sound better than hitting your fingers with the head shear.
with the head shear. Hey, we're about a half mile south of Greenwood. I don't know what is it? Stone Cross.
Whiteland Road.
Whiteland Road.
Yes.
Half
How do
mile
you
south.
describe where you are?
This is
Kayla?
McKellar Marsh.
So I tell people, I'm like, we are very close to Bargersville, which it's really confusing. The post office gave us a Franklin zip code, but we're in Bargersville. So it really throws off a lot of people.
Do you know what that means? It means the post office does not trust Bargers. That's what it means. They don't trust them anymore. I don't know.
It's very confusing, but we're south of Whiteland Road, north of Bargersville.
Yeah, and you can't miss the place. It's absolutely gorgeous. There's a landing strip that looks like a driveway, but if you want to fly your gyrocopter in, you can land
Yeah,
in
for
here.
all of you out there with your
Yeah,
gyrocopters.
but right now there's a backup. There's a lot of gyros kind of landing, so
Yeah.
be careful.
So now I'm going to have to go direct traffic. tomorrow.
Yeah.
Yeah.
McKellar Marsh grew up working at the store up north, that we all know is
Sundown Gardens.
Sundown
Are
Gardens.
you from down? Where were you born?
So originally Greensburg, Indiana.
Okay.
And that's
place with
Decatur
the
County.
tree, yeah.
Is that Decatur County?
Uh-huh. Tree
Yeah.
on the courthouse.
And she and Sam Marsh, got
Yes.
married about a year and a half ago. I'm trying to. When did you get married?
October 23.
God, 2 years ago.
Yeah.
Oh my gosh. Well, anyway, they served their apprenticeship up there, and they come down here and they've opened it up, and now we've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 3 bays of the. Gone, the greenhouses.
Oh, boy.
Anyway, and they were empty last week, and now they are full again.
We are full again. We got shy of 8 trucks yesterday. It was
Unbelievable.
all day.
You know, you're starting to sound like Sullivan. You know, all he does, he says, I don't go home until midnight, but you get trucks every day.
Every day.
Every day.
Yeah.
Every hour.
Every hour.
All right, so we need some clarification. 20% off everything in stock. This is the spring
Correct.
open house. 20%.
20% off of everything.
All right.
Excludes labor or special order items. So,
All right. So
Is that just here?
well, I'm pretty sure Sundown is doing that too. It's their open house today, 9 to 5.
wait a minute. I've got that. 20% off everything in
Yes,
stock.
20% off
Okay.
everything up there as
So
well.
same thing. Okay.
Yeah, and they've
Same
got
thing.
llamas. But
They do have
They have
llamas.
llamas, but you have live music.
We do have live music.
Oh wait,
and a
what
food
was the name
truck.
of that band? It was so.
Acoustic Catfish.
I love that.
Yeah, that's awesome.
They've
Yep.
been here a couple of times and they are awesome.
Are they?
Yeah.
So
they're
where
a
they
fun band.
where are they setting up at?
They're going to be on the front porch.
Perfect.
Yes. Perfect room. Bring your lawn chair. Listen to some music. Mallow Run will be here later too. So you have some wine.
And
live
then there's
music.
There's a food truck out there
food
too.
truck too. I think that was the same food truck from last year, wasn't it?
So this is a coffee truck. They have amazing coffee. It's called Pearl Coffee Truck. She comes and sets up every Tuesday too. So,
Okay.
Beautiful
yeah, she's
trailer.
awesome.
It's the best food trailer I've ever seen. It looks
Isn't
like an
it fun?
Airstream,
Yeah.
doesn't it?
Really? How many food trailers have you seen?
Maybe a couple dozen.
I think you're just. I think. Well, never mind.
Wait a minute. I'm getting another text.
No,
you
no.
don't have to
He
be
is
nice to
retired
Pat
after all.
anymore.
You do you.
You do
they
you.
say.
Yep.
There we go. Sorry, Mikkel.
Oh,
All
no,
right.
you're fine.
So it's been a year and a half. How's it
Yeah,
going?
it's going awesome. It amazes me too. We still have new customers every single day. So that's been the most surprising thing about it. So, but it's awesome.
It's amazing.
Yeah.
You have stuff what I would call lake house stuff. 'Cause
Yeah, we
people
do.
are going, down to Brown County or wherever, all the lakes and stuff. But
Yes.
you have that lake stuff.
Yeah, we have lake stuff, and it's gone extremely well, which I order gift decor in here. So it's been fun finding different lake aspects and keeping up with the trends.
I would encourage people to follow you on social media.
Yes.
What is it? Just Miss M's?
Miss M's Home and Garden on Facebook and Instagram.
Yeah, and you're fun. I know you're doing it.
I am, yes.
It is fun stuff.
I know. I tell everyone, I'm like, if you see me on my phone, I'm not slacking off. I promise.
If anything, it's more.
Isn't that funny now with the phones? It's like we do so much stuff on our phones.
Yeah.
Like a little bit ago, I had left the sprinklers on in our garden center and somebody fell.
Oh no.
And so they said, we shut the sprinklers off. And that's what I was doing. I was shutting sprinklers off.
on your phone from
my
here.
phone, yeah.
That's amazing.
It's a powerful little tool. I had to get a new phone a couple days ago.
Could start
I'm-
smoking the old one.
Honestly, I had dropped it. Sam was not happy. The battery was coming out of the back, and I was like,
That's a sign you might need a new phone.
I know. Sam told me to use it until it stopped working.
Sam is
though.
her husband, the other half of the proprietary up here.
Yeah, it's weird. It was kind of weird how it happened because the phone, I dropped it and then a forklift ran over it.
Oh, see, that's the problem about working in a garden center. There's equipment everywhere.
Well,
Some-
Sam was kind of funny, and I heard you sort of knocking him down. He said, I want you to do this. She goes, hey, it says Miss M. Is that McKella? Is your name on the sign out front? That's how you handle men who are pushing you around.
Uh-huh.
Wow.
Say my name. Yeah.
Yeah.
Don't talk to me.
Don't talk to me.
I think what you'll find too is, as you move along, is that there's people that they drive by it all the time, and it'll be 10 years from now, and they'll go, I've been driving by this, and I can't believe I never came in.
There's
Yeah.
nothing in Johnson County, all the way over to Mooresville, all the way over to Franklin. There's no garden shops. There's no places to do what these folks do.
Yeah.
I mean, even with the gift decor too. I mean, there's really nowhere like this that has unique and special gift items.
Yeah,
so.
you can't find this at Lowe's or Menards.
Right, exactly.
And if
Yeah.
you want to see some great landscaping
Now
features,
CVS does okay.
CVS
do.
does okay.
They got a little
They do have
section.
some good cards.
You've got
Yeah.
to see the water feature out here on the south side of the building. It is just gorgeous. And hopefully we'll get David Bergman in here, who's the landscape.
He's supposed to be here. Yeah.
Is he coming?
Yeah, he is
That'd be-
coming.
That'd be cool. But you can do this too. I understand
Yes.
you guys do your landscaping all the way down here.
Correct,
I saw
yes.
Brian on the back of a mini digger. So
Yeah, when we opened our store on Keystone, and you know what it's like. It's like
Yes.
it's like everything. And I kept in the middle of the greenhouse, the first plants. And I kept telling, it's like that's where the Naked Lady fountain goes.
Yeah.
The Naked Lady fountain go. What's going on in the middle? The Naked Lady fountain. So we're finally going, and fountains, concrete stuff comes, and they pack it they'll wrap it in burlap, and then they
bubble wrap
they
it,
put
walls.
all kinds of foam and stuff
Yeah.
in between. And so these high school boys, I said, we don't have time to put out all the other fountains. Just get the Naked Lady fountain and get it in here.
they got that thing undressed that quick.
But I'm telling you, they came in like an hour later. It's like, we've been through everything. There is no Naked Lady out there. I said, it's not a Naked Lady. It's the biggest fountain. I don't know what it is. But
That's
man,
how-
they were like,
An hour later, they were going
Yeah.
through all of that.
They
What
were
was he
like,
talking
You know-
about?
That's how you make it work. I remember Snuffy put a Pabst Blue Ribbon beer in our Coke machine once, and the machine was emptied within 2 hours because everybody they knew there was a beer in there because, that's how you do it. Pat.
Now-
You tell them
That's
it's a
funny.
naked lady, and they'll
was he?
unpack everything.
And I guess whoever got the beer got to drink it.
I suppose so. I wouldn't.
They got to open it for Snuffy.
Yeah.
for Snuffy. Well, Michaela, thanks.
Yeah, thank you, guys.
Yeah, thanks for the invite. It's fun to
Of
come down here.
course. I always look
is
forward to this day, talking to you guys.
really one of the best things in Johnson County as far as home and garden. This is it.
True.
You have to
This is
come,
it.
yeah. We're
Yeah.
open every day, Monday through Friday, 10 to 6, Saturday, 9 to 5, and Sunday, 11 to 4.
And
So
20% off today.
20% off everything.
Everything.
Yes.
Signs,
Signs, yeah.
plants.
Is that
Anything you
those?
see.
Is that the flowers? The artificial.
Artificial flowers, 20%
20.
off. Yeah.
Okay.
Candles?
What about perennials outside?
20% off.
Because we were laughing because we do this in February,
Right.
and you say 20% off everything, and then people with the rich. Does that include
Yeah.
candles? It's like Yeah, everything. What about the doormats? Yes,
What about
Everything.
What the poly
It's too good
furniture
to be
outside?
true.
Poly furniture is 20% off.
Denny, 20%
20% off.
20% off. Loff. Look at that. But
There you
not
go.
labor. But
Not labor,
Yeah, yeah.
unfortunately, no.
And is
no-
that just today, or is it today and tomorrow?
Just today.
Okay.
Oh,
Yes,
wow.
So if
Just
you're not doing
today.
anything, come
till
out.
6 or 5?
5 p.m.
5
yes.
o'clock.
The poor cashiers over there are stuttering. That's quite a line. You're making them nervous. 20% off.
20% off.
Michaela, thanks.
Yeah, thank you,
We
guys.
appreciate you so much.
Yes, of course.
239-9393 is their number. Now, we have a little delay, so you can call if there's something you would like us to talk about. We can do that, whatever problem that you're having. But when we come back, I'm planning on giving you some of the best annuals to plant in your garden this year.
I like
Oh,
that.
what a tease
Yeah,
for Home and Garden Show.
We're coming right back, 93 WIBC.
Kendall and Casey.
You just heard him mention dignity.
Simple dignity. Everyone deserves to be treated with dignity.
Dignity.
He's turned into Randy.
She's a good girl. She's crazy about Elvis. Loves horses and her boyfriend too.
Hey, good morning. Welcome. It's Saturday's Home and Garden program brought to you in part by the Michaelis Corporation. Water, storms, fire, and wet basements. Life happens. Michaelis happens to help you through it.
Ooh.
Okay.
We can't
We're not
replace
doing
it.
that.
Can't do it
No,
with
we can't.
Ethan,
We can't
and
do it without Ethan.
we have a really bad delay today. So
So yeah, if you do call in with your question, just let Ethan know what it is, and throughout the show, we'll try to get to him.
we're going to get to a few
All right,
of
big
those.
boy. Now, you promised us something about annuals. You're going to tell us what annuals make sense.
Yeah, better annuals or ones you should try and ones you maybe should not try anymore. So let's start with the spillers. So the spillers are the things that come out of your pot.
Flow over to the side.
Right. So generally, there's been three things. You have spikes, Vinkavine, spring rime. That's been like since your grandma.
And these were annuals.
Yeah, they're just annuals. That was kind of the spike, kind of got your height. And the Vinkavine would spill over, and the spring rye would just kind of fill, right? So, and we still have those. We still sell a lot of them, but there's so many better things. So people started using, instead of Vinkavine, they would use a plant called Bacopa. And it had these beautiful white flowers on it, trails over, and it was really popular. I mean, probably one of the top-selling proven winners.
Now, you can buy all of these things as individuals?
Yeah.
Okay.
Buy them in 4-inch annuals. They're premium annuals. But the problem with Bacopa is in the summertime, it goes kind of green. It doesn't really like the heat. So then you just have this green thing hanging out. So one that I thought is much better, and this actually won an award a few years ago, maybe even 10 years ago, from the Garden Writers Association, and that is Scaevola, or fanflower. And it comes in three colors. It comes in white, blue, and pink. And then there's also, I think, one called Starburst or something that's kind of a two-tone thing. And what it does is it pushes its way through your specimen plants, whether it's, a petunias or something like that, and it just kind of lifts out above it. And it is so hardy. And it doesn't the nice thing is certain plants will take over your basket. Like the what Diamond Frost is Diamond Frost is a dainty little white flower, and it does my phone cannot. I think I dropped it in the water too. Diamond Frost, you know which one that is? It's the white, but then there's one called Diamond Snow. So there's Diamond Frost and Diamond. I think it's called Diamond Snow. It is so aggressive that if your basket you meant it to be petunias, it's going to be this white. So we've been really backing off on that.
Is it an invasive species?
No, it's just an annual, but it just doesn't
goes
play well.
Oh, great. Last weekend, I just bought 3 of those for our flower boxes.
Is it snow?
Yeah, it's the Diamond Snow. I just looked it up. It's the proven winner, right? Yeah.
Yeah.
Don't you train your staff? I mean,
well, clearly, I just don't listen to him. This is the one you're talking about, right?
That is the one.
Oh, boy.
So
So
just
the
Google
Diamond
Snow.
Frost is great, but the Diamond Snow
It has
is,
the thicker petals.
yes,
Right?
and it just mats together where the Frost kind of goes out on its own. The Diamond Snow gets together like a gang and just like
It's a snowstorm.
It sounds like if you have curly hair, which I'm very used to. You have to comb it out. It does get matted a lot.
There you go.
So I'll just treat it like that. Maybe I'll put some conditioner on it or something.
Yeah, you just how about a scissors? And just cut it up a little bit. So a nice one to look at is Scaevola, and they improved that this year, and it's called Stardiva. Stardiva, and the flower is all the way around like in a star. Before it was just the petals would stick off to one side or the other. Now it's a complete circle. Stardiva, Denny. Write that down.
Okay, what diameter of a flower does it have?
It's very small. 3/4 to an inch across.
Because you've just described a flower that one of my friends sent me from her garden, and it's a real, isn't that beautiful?
It's a white one.
Allison, how do you find these? These are all proven winners.
Yeah, Proven Winners. Their website actually has a whole bunch of pictures of all of them. So if you want to plan ahead, Sullivan's has most of them. But the pink ones,
I think I saw a fair amount, and it.
oh
and
yeah, of
even
course,
if you
here
don't
as
have
well.
proven winners,
Miss M's.
you might see the Hoosier Boy pot.
Yeah.
We'll also have a Scavola. It won't
Yeah.
be called Star Diva. It'd be something else, but
But at least you can have a visual of it.
Yes.
Yeah, absolutely.
All right, next on my list is Sun Patience. So not new, but the story of Sun Patience. They're getting it in more short supply. So
Which is a better variety of impatiens. We call them Sun Patience.
Sun Patience. So it's it looks, I don't know if it's in the New Guinea family. I assume that it is because it looks identical to a New Guinean patient.
All right, so we've reviewed.
Sun Patient.
All right.
Sun Patience.
And what was
Looking
the last
good.
one?
I haven't given you the last one yet.
Oh, okay.
But I will. Here's the last one. I have more. I could go on and on.
I bet you would.
Dragon wing begonias.
Dragon wing. I love
They've been around
begonias. Begonias got a tiny, delicate little flower. Orange.
Not the dragon wing.
Are they yellow, orange? What color?
This dragon wing is green leafed. You're thinking of like Rieger,
Yes.
Nonstop, Solana,
Begonias.
Porfinio.
Yeah.
Yeah, those are the delicate ones.
Okay.
These are the aluminum siding.
So these are the Navy.
Dragon
these
wing
are the
is,
Navy SEALs.
Dragon wing has been around for a long time, and people still come in because the name, green, you get them red, you get them white, you get them pink. But we, Schlegel Greenhouse, local, because they are they stopped growing them. They said, we cannot continue to grow these when there's so many better ones. They look the same. Megawatt. So look for Megawatt. Megawatt looks just like, you wouldn't even know it wasn't a dragon wing, except what you're going to notice, a lot more flower power, a lot more flowers in the Megawatt.
I hope that's the last one because you're starting to bore me now.
That is.
Oh.
Wow.
Denny's
So
starting
what
to
you're
bore
saying,
you.
No,
So what you're
I know.
saying is
Doesn't that sound like Pat
content.
Sullivan?
So you want me to go to just ripping into you again?
Yeah,
Is
see.
that more exciting?
No.
Is
I
it
was-
because you're not the focal point of the show?
I love this. No,
Yeah.
this is what you say to me when I go on and on about stuff that.
All
I've
right,
already
listen,
said.
old man. We're going to come right back. Our number 239-9393, and we got some questions coming up. We're taking your questions next through Allison, and she's going to grill me.
That's right.
Coming right back, 93 WIBC.
This hour on 93 WIBC is powered by Pierce Jewelers, Carmel's Diamond Engagement Ring Store.
You've worked hard to get to where you are. By now, you ought to be able to focus more on you. But you're finding your focus has shifted to caring for your aging spouse or parents. At A Senior Retreat, they understand. Their adult day services give your loved one the care they need, while you reclaim your time. Daytime supervision with activities that promote physical, mental, and emotional health for them and for you. Locations in Morgan, Johnson, and Hendricks counties. 317-999-8145 or A Senior
Stacy's out at the Indianapolis Motor Speedway for the qualifications, and we'll be keeping you up with our updates from the track all day long here on WIBC. Allison Lemons, of course, is here, and we are at Miss M's in Bargersville, and they are having their open house, which is an incredible deal. It's 20% off everything in the store, and people are hauling out stuff. There goes some two My Monet Legilias and about 8 perennials, all 20% off. I already looked at their prices and thought their prices were really good, and now you're taking another 20% off that.
Yeah.
So, all right, so we talked flowers in the last segment, and we have some listeners' questions.
Playing the part of the listener is Allison Lemons.
Yes, and since we have a little phone delay, Ethan's just going to give me the questions, and I will relay them for you guys. So first, we got Joel. He wants to know why his pine tree is turning yellow. He planted it in April, and he feels like he is doing everything he's supposed to do. So
Sorry, Josh, we're up against the break. We're not going to be able to
excuse
take
me.
that
My
call.
name is Joel, first
Joel.
off.
Sorry.
Well, Joel,
Wow.
you want the good news or the bad news, brother? If it starts to turn yellow, it's either overwatered or it's dying.
Yellow on the inside is okay. Yellow on the tips is a bad sign. Did they say
Pine tree
what
is
part?
turning yellow.
Did they say tips are inside?
It does not. Sorry.
So tips on the outside is going to be a little more concerning. And I agree with Denny. You could be getting too much water or not enough water.
Which is normal, other than we had an absolute disastrous April, the 6th wettest April. So if he's watering in addition to that, that's my guess. But
It's overwatering.
yeah, but I tell you what, let it dry out for a couple weeks. Don't give it anything. Just let Mother Nature water it. And what do you think about giving it a dose of fertilizer?
If it hasn't been fertilized this spring, I would definitely fertilize.
Yeah.
Well, they planted it in April, so.
Oh, in April.
Oh, that's
Then
in the
I
middle
would
of that.
use maybe when they planted it, did they use biotone?
Okay.
So if they didn't use biotone, that will prevent transplant shock. It will help with root development. I can't say. I mean, everything that's planted, you should be using biotone. They have biotone right here.
They do, right just before you get to that big fire door, turn right and go behind the
You know
gazebo
how
area.
everybody ran to the organic became kind of cool, which is great. The Espoma company started in 1929. So let's just say
they've got it handled.
They got a little bit of a head start on the organic business.
That was 96 years ago, Pat.
If you say, Mr. Math Wizard.
Okay.
Thanks for taking my call, guys.
Thanks, Joel.
Joel, you don't sound like a Joel. Okay, have we got another call?
Yeah, who's up next?
Who are
Hi,
you now?
this is Nona.
Oh, hi, Nona.
Hi, Nona. Nona, tell us about your name. That's a very interesting name.
Actually, I love the name Nona. I believe in Italian that means grandma.
I would say that as well.
So maybe that's who I am. And I just want to know, where can I find blush tomatoes that you recommend last year as the best tomatoes? Do you guys remember?
I don't really remember last year.
That's okay.
You don't remember Thursday.
What about this year? Any blush tomatoes you
Blush
can recommend?
tomatoes. I know we had blush tomatoes early, and I'm not sure we got a
Are
bunch
they
of
blush
tomatoes
because
in.
they're pink? That's
Yeah.
what I would think of a tomato is.
Very
pink.
flavorful. Blush. We may have them. We may not. I know we had them early, but I will tell you that it is getting hard to get tomatoes. I mean, I don't know why. I don't know if they're between crops or not. But we had to go to another supplier in Michigan to try to round out our selection.
That's funny.
Yeah, not very funny to me.
No, it's just interesting. I actually just got a text from my brother-in-law this weekend, and his
Nona's brother-in-law?
No, sorry. This is Allison now.
Oh, Allison.
So
okay.
I'm here as well. This isn't going to get confusing at all.
This is just like Sherry Lewis. It's a sock puppet is what it is.
But our tomato plant, you know how we have a tomato taste test every year in August? So Donna,
yes, I remember
who
her.
is from Bedford, Indiana,
The
she
school teacher.
actually has tons of tomato plants right now. She's trying to get rid of them. So if anyone is looking for a couple, I don't think we have enough for a store size. You can Facebook me on Home and Garden Indiana, and I'll hook you up because she has tons.
You can go by Donna's
tomato
house.
plant starters.
Don't take the ones that are in the ground.
Oh yeah. Please leave those.
You're gonna swing by the house.
And remember, green side up.
Green side up.
Yeah. All right. We might have time for one more caller. Playing the part of the caller, of course, is Allison Lemons. Who are you now?
Hi guys, this is Debbie, long time listener,
Debbie.
first time
Debbie.
caller. I've been on hold for at least 2 hours. Not going to mention that, though.
Oh, boy.
Okay, anyway.
Sorry about that, Debbie. Why don't we just get to your call?
I just want to know. Well, I have my garage because I have weeds in a rock bed, and I can't get rid of them.
Oh, that's tough. If there's nothing else growing in the rock bed, I would just spray them with ground clear. And is that okay, Pat?
No, you know what, Denny? I would. I agree with you. If there's no trees, shrubs, vegetation, desirables, you could use ground clear. And ground clear,
it's an Ortho product.
Yep, will keep weeds out. And they also have now the Roundup 365. And 365, Denny, stands for the number of days in a year. So you would get, but most of us will have a tree or a shrub in those areas. So then we would recommend Roundup Extended. And that what that allows you to do is to get 3 months control, and it doesn't harm.
There's no soil activity.
No soil activity, so it doesn't harm the desirables. So you can't use ground clear in the root field of a tree or shrub.
You know what? That was worth my weight. Thank you guys so much.
Hey, thanks for the call, Debbie.
Thanks
Have a good
for listening.
day.
Thank
I appreciate you so much.
239-9393. Right now, we are joined by Richard Michaelis, and Richard knows that we have a horrible delay. So when I say go, he's just going to take off, and he is going to go on for like 30 minutes. So the Michaelis Corporation, they helped me out when I had a fire, and now, of course, we have. It's already been a wet spring, and now we had the storms last night, and I know a lot of people have a lot of need, and they're probably helping as many people as they can at their number 844-FIX-INDY. But right now, Richard Michaelis. Okay, we are looking for Richard Michaelis. So Ethan is, all right. Glad Ethan was paying attention in our studio. Ethan's on a delay as well.
Yeah.
Richard Michaelis joins us.
Gosh.
Good morning, Pat. Good morning, Denny. Good morning, Allison.
Yeah, well, good morning to you, Richard. I know with the storms last night, it was, the phone's probably ringing off the hook.
So we are busy with severe damage to some of the homes down south, complete roofs off, framing damage, a lot of siding damage, a lot of water damage because of the roofs being damaged, a lot of trees down. We are full-service general contractors, so we're built to be able to do the dry-out emergency service work, temporary tarp the roofs, but then complete the rebuild once all the emergency services are done. So it's horrible, the storms that are rolling through town. Our daughter Sarah and Tony live in St. Louis, and they've been impacted by tornadoes also, but they're all safe. And we hope that everybody in Indiana are safe. It sounds like other parts of the country, not so much.
Richard, what advice do you have to people until somebody like Michaelis can come out? Do you have any advice to people on how they should treat their property as far as safety and different things?
My first concern would be if they should even be outside, if power lines and trees and debris are everywhere. I understand everybody wants to check on their neighbors and check on their property and try to secure and take action, but please be careful and maybe let the first respond.
There you go, and that's Richard Michaelis. We lost him, so having a little trouble. The number 844-FIX-INDY. That's 844-FIX-INDY. Water, storms, fire, and wet basements. Life happens. Michaelis happens to help you through it.
Hammer and Nigel.
Trump 2028. Somebody's buddy's like, open up the rock, throw them all out there, middle of the ocean.
I'll even get Michael Bay. Let's get Michael Bay. Great director.
We're going to rename San Francisco Bay Michael Bay. We're going to open up Alcatraz. And we're going to make Canada pay for it. I'm here for it all, man. I am here for
Dee Salinger.
See, I told you to begin with an S.
Pat was really. We were trying
During
to
the
remember
commercial
who wrote.
break, for some reason, Denny was wondering who
Well,
wrote The Catcher in the Rye.
Yeah, I know, because we were talking about Jersey Johnny's calling is today.
Memorial service.
And that is at...
It's at the Kurt Vonnegut Museum
Vonnegut
in Indy. It's from 12 to 2 today. And they say, wear your Colts blue.
Oh, that's cool.
Yes, in lieu of flowers, they're also they're asking for donations to some beer, of course, and then donations to Little Sisters of the Poor, Kurt Vonnegut Museum, and then also the Indy Honor Flight, which I know that was a huge part of his life.
Yeah,
He was the best
And when I
volunteer
said
in the
beer
world.
too, I wanted to tell you that Jersey Johnny did not drink.
So take a beer maybe for him.
Yeah.
Maybe. There you go.
There you go. So that's today.
And this all started because I asked you, have you ever read a Kurt Vonnegut?
And I said, it's like, oh no, that's not.
Catcher,
then
you
we
said
can't
Catcher in the
remember.
Rye, and then we can't remember
So
Salinger's
Denny
name.
and I were talking about as we've aged. I guess it happens, like how you just forget the most common word.
It just drops out. And as you get older, in fact, I have some family members who are well into their 90s, and my uncle can't finish his sentence, and so I'm always finishing sentences, and I can't finish my own.
Yeah.
You know, so.
You probably would think about the Cat's Cradle, maybe.
Was that?
That's Kurt Vonnegut.
There we go.
That's
I don't
the
think
big one.
Pat. I don't think Pat's that more broadly.
But anyway,
read.
yeah, noon to 2 at the Kurt Vonnegut Museum. If you want to stop by and share, memories about Jersey Johnny with his family, I'm sure they would love that.
I think Cats in the Cradle. Wasn't that a Cat Stevens song?
It is.
Yeah.
So okay,
in the
now I
cradle,
wrote a book and I brought it over to you for Christmas. Have you read my book?
You know what? I have not. But I wanted to tell you.
Did you look at the pictures?
I didn't do that. I wanted to tell you that I literally looked at it. I saw it's still sitting on my nightstand.
Yeah.
So, but no, I haven't opened it or.
I only gave that book to three people. I only gave it to 3 people. I gave it to you, and I knew it would never be read.
But here's the deal. This is why you should feel good about it. It's not still in my truck.
Oh, golly.
So it's actually on my nightstand.
Yeah.
Okay, I just want to let you know that.
I don't believe it. Well, maybe after Mother's Day we'll get a better chance.
We are here at Miss M's. Then I wanted to say Miss C's. That'd be Mrs. Cunningham.
There goes one of the M's right now.
Miss M's here in Bargersville. And Denny, what's the road? What's it called?
Just south of Whiteland Road, about a half a mile south of Whiteland Road on 135. If you go too far, you get to Bargersville. Turn around, come back.
136.
It's just a what now?
135, 136, whatever.
Oh, 136 goes out to Crawfordsville. So
Okay,
no, you
that's
don't
not
want that.
good.
No, this is coming
135.
135. But it's on the east side of the road.
That
Maybe-
was actually a reference to Stripes.
Yes, sir.
No, to Mr. Mom. Mr. Mom?
It was Mr. Mom.
220,
221,
yeah.
whatever it takes. Boy, you're really doing well, Pat,
Shut up, Denny.
Ethan, do we owe you a break or are we going to the top? See, I don't even know.
All right, should I blather on? I have other things to talk about.
Oh, no, please don't go back to the annuals.
Denny.
All right.
Okay. You may not understand this, Denny, because you have gardeners and people like that. Look at the line.
We are at the open house special
Look
of
at the
Miss
line.
M's. 20%
Everyone
off everything in
is
stock.
buying annuals. That's
What's it
why
called?
we're talking about them.
But they're not listening to you.
Allison, could you please produce the show?
Now, wait a minute. Is she Allison playing the part of Allison, or is she playing the part of another
producer
caller?
that's going to tell you to shut the hell up.
I think, as we all know, that doesn't work.
Yeah.
But, we're here at Miss M's Home and Garden in Bargersville. Oh, Denny just gave me notes, 20% off everything. I knew that. South Side. We are taking your calls. Just relay your questions to Ethan, please, and I will let them know. Anything else, guys?
Yeah, I want to say thank you to IU North Emergency Center one more time. Hannah Carson, a PA, and the lovely nurse Karampur, who gave me the tetanus shot. What great service I got.
All right, now Denny is out of minutes for this hour.
Okay, so now Denny, try not
use
to
his rollover minutes.
Try not to continue to mock what in the radio business this is called content. So
wait a minute. When we're not talking about Sullivan, I'm all in.
Excuse me. We were just talking about your doctor and your stitches 2 seconds ago.
Well, listen. Is this the Bickersleys? I want to be a part
Denny,
of the
you're out of minutes.
So as
Patrick?
I continue on some ideas about your annuals.
Of course, Pat's threatening me with a knife.
I'm kind of looking at a basket that's going through the line, and it has what they call black-eyed Susan vine.
Mm-hmm.
And Allison, if you turn over, like that is a honey color petunia.
Oh, those are pretty.
But you see the orange that's sticking out of that?
Uh-huh.
That orange is a black-eyed Susan vine. Now, my concern for that basket, and I'll keep my voice down so the gentleman buying them doesn't hear it, you just have to watch it because that the black-eyed Susan vine that comes in orange, yellow, not in red, but there is a.
Are you going to tell him he's making a
white.
mistake?
No, I'm not going to tell him that because
It's gonna go spastic.
he's at the register. We're going to let him go.
He's getting
But
20%
that
off.
can be really aggressive. That vine can be really aggressive, and
How do you know all this aggressive?
Do
The
they
Diamond
threaten
Star
you?
was.
How are they that aggressive?
because they just are. It's an aggressive vine, and like when they come and we put them on the shelf.
Mm-hmm.
If they don't sell within a week, we have to untangle them because they just wrap themselves. So I would say the life of that petunia is in danger, quite honestly.
They look pretty responsible.
So you're saying that the black-eyed Susans choke off the petunias?
Yes, I'm going to say that when you look at that, there's way more petunia in that basket than there is black-eyed Susan vine.
And they're going to come for them?
Those petunias don't stand a chance.
How do you
That's-
prevent
that's-
that? Do you just keep untangling them, trimming them back?
Well, what you do is keep trimming them back. The best thing with the black-eyed Susan vine, and they're very popular, the yellow and the orange are the two most popular, is plant it by itself, well away from anybody else.
Well, if you leave it in a hanging
don't
basket.
Don't like young grandchildren, don't put them next to it.
That's a good tip.
Yeah, they'll tie them up.
All right, can you put it in a hanging basket?
Yeah, absolutely.
and let it
Hanging
hang
basket, they are great, and people do love them, but they're just aggressive. They don't play well with other plants. A lot of plants are better as a mono rather than in a combo. So black-eyed Susan vine would definitely be a mono. Now that's the first time I've ever seen that plant in a combo. So
what you're saying is you're fearful for their life.
I am
but they
fearful for the
wish 'em
life
well.
of the petunia. And those are strong petunias because that was proven winners. I think it's honey gold or something petunia.
They look pretty together.
Yeah, they look very pretty, but
they're dangerous.
when the lights go off, the fighting's going to start. And by morning,
Someone's
I'm just telling
strangled.
you, by morning, somebody strangled. It's not going to be
I got to tell you,
the black-eyed Susan
I
vine.
want to go out, and I love black-eyed Susans, but they get this bad mold on them at the end of the
you're
season.
thinking of the perennial black-eyed Susan.
Right,
This is an annual vine that's called the black-eyed
Does
Susan
it get the
vine.
mold? and the
Completely
crusty-
different. Not even the same.
Not even the same species.
Well, that's confusing.
That's
Yeah.
like two different Susans.
Yes.
Who stole whose
so
name?
you're going to get the mildew and mold on your perennial black-eyed
Right.
Susan. This is not going to get it.
Because it's an annual.
You're going to get a very dangerous vine that may kill your family. No, it's a great vine. Just don't. I would not plant it with other things. That's all I'm saying.
Doesn't play well with others.
I see that one so bad, Denny. All right, hour number 3 is coming up next right here on 93 WIBC.
Broadcasting from the Technology Recycler Studios, this is Indy's Mobile News.
garden store, and it is just jumping because they have a 20% off sale going on. It's an open house sale, and one of my buddies here, Mary Kirchner, who is the original Miss Mary's gift shop up north, and now she's down here in your part of Miss M's. There's 2 M's, and there might be a third one if Maria Jean comes in, right?
Correct.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So this is really so much different.
I didn't even see you.
Mr. Sullivan,
just slid right
meet my
in.
friend.
I was doing a little shopping.
I see that.
So just some things to talk about, you know. I love the sourdough bread.
I love it.
Sourdough. Oh, you
Sourdough.
put beer
It
in
is so fun because
It's easy.
I have no skill.
It is easy.
I have no
Love it.
skill.
Well, you
and
have no sense and no skill.
and-
That's dangerous.
And you take this is called sourdough. It's called brew bread. And so this one is one of my favorites, salted caramel banana bread.
It is really good.
Add
You're not supposed to be knowing anything about beer.
12 ounces of beer.
So it's a can.
Yep. Stir. You bake it. You put it on the grill if you want to do a manly thing, or
Yep.
throw it in the oven.
How long do you cook it or bake it?
I don't know.
Each one will tell you on the recipe.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So Mary,
And the biggest thing is just don't overstir it.
But I did it. I did this. I baked bread. I was very proud of myself.
He made
So
bread.
it's called sourdough, and it's 20% off right now. 350 degrees.
20% off everything, Mary?
all merchandise.
Everything
yes,
in the
while
store.
supplies last.
While supplies last.
In stock material.
Oh,
Yeah.
20% off.
20% off all day.
Right here at
ounces
Miss
of
M's
beer.
Home and
At
Garden.
Miss
yeah.
M's Home and Garden.
Bake for 45 minutes.
45 minutes. All
Don't
right.
overbake.
Don't
Yeah.
overbake.
Don't overstir.
Don't overstir.
All right, so you got restocked. You got 8 trucks in one day,
Yeah. I had probably over 40 racks in one day.
40 racks in it one day.
And we
It-
were short-staffed that day, too.
You were short-staffed.
Oh.
It's good to see the kids in. In fact, your niece is here,
Yeah.
Mary.
She's staying with us this
Mary
summer.
Jean, that's
Yep.
right.
She's
and
going
you
to
had
Purdue.
you're going to run out of nieces because Amy was up at Sundown Gardens for a couple of years, and then she got into teaching. She's at Cardinal Ritter. So
I've got 28 nieces and nephews. It's going to be hard to run out of them.
wow.
Yeah.
See, that's like Sullivan's. There's any you can't walk down an aisle except running into a Sullivan at Sullivan Hardware.
Right.
How am I doing, Pat?
You're doing great. So, Mayor, so this is now 2 years old?
Yes.
So what has surprised you about this new location? Because when business owners go in and they're planning how something's going to be, and then they find out, well, that's not exactly how the customers thought.
So it is a little different dynamics down here than at the North Store. I feel like the customers down here are really hands-on, do-it-yourselfers. They love the unique plants and the rare items. Super friendly. It's doing much better than I anticipated. We're getting a lot more customers coming in.
You
And
didn't
repeat.
you didn't lose a bet with your husband or something.
No.
Okay.
No.
What I was told
Thought maybe you were betting against the new location.
No, not at all. I'm actually happy to be
So
down here.
it's above your projections.
Yes, it is.
Fair to say.
Yeah, very much so.
Good.
Yeah.
It is an entirely different crowd. When I was in the construction business or the plumbing business, what we noticed is that everybody south down here paid with cash. I mean, cash when the plumbers would come.
Yep.
And up north, they would either write you a check or they would give you a credit card. But down here, now this was in the 70s and 80s, people just paid cash. And
Yeah.
they're just nice people. But
Yeah.
they're not the Northsiders, that's for sure.
Yeah, we definitely get a lot of cash payments versus the checks, but we still get a lot of credit cards.
It's just-
Well, and yeah.
Those points. Everybody wants their points.
The points.
Yeah.
You know, people don't, well,
But you're
don't get
paying
me
for
going
it.
about
Yeah.
credit cards, but it is great on a busy day because the lines go a little quicker with credit
Credit
cards.
card.
A
Yeah.
credit card. You don't
'Cause
have any
remember-
accounts receivable.
Remember the day, now almost no one writes a check anymore.
I've probably had maybe 5 this
I know,
year
we
total.
just never.
Do you know what Pat's rule is?
What?
If they're writing a check, take the check because they're
Yeah.
older.
Well, that's
Yeah.
what it's, no. the
Actually,
rule of thumb is
yeah.
if they are not a senior citizen,
Oh, that's
don't
right.
take the
Don't
check.
take the check. But if
because
they're
it's probably bad. So, but it's like, you know, the credit card thing. But you're right, it's the points and all that stuff. But people are crazy. I've even offered a company for wintergreens, like we buy from wintergreens over in,
Yeah.
and I said, hey, I'll send you a check. They go, no, we'll take the credit card. It's like, you know, my order is like 60 grand or
Yeah.
80 grand. It's like,
3%
could
of
put
paying a
that
fee
in,
on that.
You could put that in your pocket.
Right. They're putting a fee on that. And yeah.
So
Yep.
just build it in, I guess.
I guess so.
Anyway, the place looks beautiful. You said
Thank you.
20% off everything, right?
Everything today
That's at Miss M's Home and Garden.
at Miss M's Home and Garden.
1 mile south of
Bargersville.
Whiteland Road. Yeah.
Correct.
Is it Bargersville?
Bargersville.
With a Franklin zip code?
With a Franklin zip code. Confuses our drivers, UPS drivers.
Oh, I bet. I didn't even think about that.
Yeah. So whenever we have like shipments of UPS or FedEx and we know it's going to come that way, we tell the vendor it's Franklin. Just because
It's easier.
they're gonna find it then.
Yeah.
Yeah. If we put Bargersville, who knows where they'll end up?
Right.
Kroger up north.
So the North Store is doing the same?
Yep. They have an open house and 20% off everything up there as well today.
But they've got llamas. Now, you have
Yes,
a band,
they
you have
have
acoustic
llamas.
catfish, but they got
Yeah.
llamas.
They do have llamas. Yeah.
Hey, did
Yeah.
the band start? I think I hear them.
Yeah, I hear 'em. They
They're
sound
out on
good.
the front
Okay,
porch.
I got to go.
Yeah. They're
You're
good.
their cowbell.
Did you
Yeah.
know? Yeah. No, he's a dancer.
Uh-oh.
Yeah, he's the
Yeah.
dancer. Well, Mara, it's beautiful. Thank you for the invitation to get us down here.
Yeah. We
you know-
love having you guys down here.
And your new Johnson County residents, Lamb
We
Lake.
are. Lamb Lake.
Look at you.
About a month now we've
So,
been there.
Denny, I heard your parents at one point had a place on Lamb.
Yeah, and the first thing I asked Brian was, how's he doing his septic? Because everybody on Lamb Lake has to pump up the hill, and their septic fields are at the high part.
That's the first thing you asked.
Second
Of course
thing,
it is.
I
the
would
plumber
ask.
running.
I would have asked, like, what's the view?
It's gorgeous.
It is
Matter of
gorgeous.
fact, the first thing I said was like, well, how many feet of lakefront do you have? And they
It
said it's
doesn't matter.
100.
You got a view.
I know, but that's the question I asked,
Yeah.
not about pumping sewage.
Yeah, and across the lake, it's like woods, and it's a preserve, so they're not going to build any houses across the lake. So we'll just have a nature
Oh,
view.
beautiful.
Is it like Sweetwater and Cordray as far as is it clean and
It's a very
It's-
clean lake.
It's a better lake than Sweetwater.
It's
and
very private. You have to be a resident to actually be on the lake, where Sweetwater's a little more public. There's more
But
people there.
I love all those Cordray, Sweetwater.
Yeah.
I don't know Lamb, but if it's like
Cordray Sweetwater is really, really shallow.
Yeah.
Okay, Lamb Lake is really, really deep.
So with the lakes being so close, we actually have a whole section that's a lake section at the store here that
Yeah.
caters to that. And we have some that are branded Sweetwater and Princess and Lamb Lake. So
Nice.
yeah.
Oh, that's
Now-
really cool.
Yeah.
I'm
so-
told that it was named after Dr. Lamb. Everybody thought the lake was in the shape of a lamb, but Mom and Dad told me that it was Dr. Lamb that started it.
That's what all the people down here are telling me when they find out. They're giving me the history of it. So
yeah.
So
You got to know the history. Well,
Right.
anyway, Miss M's is going to build a nice history down here in Johnson County. And
Yeah.
again, it's 1 mile south of Whiteland Road. If you get to Bargersville, you've gone too far, just turn around, come back 3 or 4 minutes, and it'll be on the east side of the road.
Right,
So,
it's
Mary,
hard to
the business here, how does it split out? Does it split out how you thought as far as annuals, perennials, trees, shrubs, and gift?
yeah, it's actually pacing very similar to the percentages that the North Store did. But I feel like the gift down here is starting to pick up more and is starting to gain speed. And the house plants, we have a year-round house plant
You have
greenhouse.
a very nice. Very nice.
Nice selection,
Because
yeah.
like what we have to do at our Keystone store because of space, we kind of have to push them out into their own little house.
Yeah.
Where people coming here for annuals and perennials, they are still walking right through that beautiful houseplant area.
Right.
So I think that's great.
Yeah, that was Brian's
I wish
vision.
we had something like that.
Yeah, that was Brian's vision.
I
He's
wouldn't
the
get-
one
I
that
wouldn't-
came up with that.
I would not
so.
give him credit for it.
No, wait a
No,
minute.
you didn't. I mean, that was my vision.
Give it a couple of years and you turn that around and
Yeah.
that was your.
It was mine.
Yeah, absolutely.
That works. Brian says he's always the visionary. He comes up with these wild ideas.
Yeah, he does.
Here's Mr. Wild Idea.
Mr. Wild Idea. Get those two together and we're in trouble.
Oh, golly.
Oh, boy.
It's a chess match for sure. Mary, thanks for coming by.
Yeah.
All right, well, if you find David, send him our way about noon o'clock.
He is
okay?
right there. He just showed up, so he will
Okay.
be available.
That'd be cool.
Yeah.
Well, thanks for the invitation. It's fun to come down here. We,
Yeah.
Northsiders don't get to the south side. Southsiders get to the north side.
What are
That's
you
true.
talking about? I come down to the south side.
No, you don't.
All the
I
time.
do.
It's like
always at the
paradise
store.
down here.
Well,
I
you
come
come
to
down
a
here to pick up
greenhouse?
product. Yeah.
Well, I'm still coming down. I might come down for a wedding.
A funeral?
A funeral.
Yeah, we got
Brunch.
Sure.
Brunch?
Lunch,
Pat and our
brunch.
weekly brunch is on the south side always.
I-
Oh,
Don't-
that's where my mom's going now.
Listen to Mr.
Yeah.
Carmel here pooping on
I'm Westfield.
on the south side. Whatever. 239-9393. My apologies to the Southsiders. We're
Thank
coming
you.
right back. 93 WIBC.
Another update is just minutes away.
Trump with the troops.
With the people that I really love and respect. Military will soon be bigger, better, stronger.
Hear the news.
A woman shot
You really are the smartest retailer.
Good morning, everyone. Welcome. Saturday's Home and Garden program brought to you in part by the Michaelis Corporation. Water, storms, fire, and wet basements. Life happens.
Michaelis happens to help you through it. Okay, you guys need to put more pep into that.
I think I'm trying to get an emotional connection. Also, I'm hearing is Denny being off a word, half a word.
Yeah, it sounds. I will say it sounds like we're on a delay and we're all in the same room.
Yeah. All right. Speaking of delay,
let's practice.
All right. No, we're going to try.
Let's practice with John.
We've made a few adjustments.
Plugged some wires. Did a restart.
We adjusted the wing.
Yeah, that's right. We
adjusted.
did.
How many?
The defibrillator.
How many turns?
16.
Two turns on the wing.
No, 2 turns.
We're going to see what happens here. All right.
All right. Here we go.
John joins us on the program. Hey, John. Good morning.
Good morning.
He's turning left or right.
Yeah. Is that your turn signal?
Yeah, it's my turn signal going left. Just want to tell Denny that Sweetwater's a little deeper than he thinks. He said it's shallow. It's 108 feet deep.
Oh, now wait a minute.
See, I kind of knew that, but I thought I'd let Denny go on.
Yeah, I don't. Okay, maybe it's Cordry, but one of them has a high-powered tension
now
wire.
you're going to get Cordry.
Wait a minute. I
people
want to tell the
calling.
story. That I had a buddy in a helicopter who flew for the National Guard. He thought he was flying low. His rotor caught it, and he did a 360 and landed upside down in the middle of that lake. And he thought he was drowning, and he was standing on his co-pilot's head, and his co-pilot got out. And finally, he got out and he was swimming, and his co-pilot stands up, and it was about waist-deep water. That's why I thought it was shallow.
Well, I don't know where he landed because where we have property on it right off the dock is 10 feet.
Yep. I've done some swimming there, and I think clearly.
Here's the best
John, I think clearly that you would agree with me that Denny is once again wrong.
John, I always appreciate it. Pat always corrects me. Allison always fact-check me, and she ends up giving Pat the information so he can correct me. But now I've got Southside John, who can correct me too on air.
Well, you know, when it needs to be done, it needs to be done. So now you called Cordry shallow. We can now hear from those folks there. Okay. Hey, John.
Wait a minute, John. Is Princess Lake shallow?
I don't know. I don't really go over to Princess Lake except to have breakfast on the third Saturday of the month.
There you go. Well, thanks for calling in to correct me. I feel honored that you take time to yell at me.
Thanks, John. Okay, I thought the delays seemed pretty decent.
Actually, that's pretty good.
That wasn't bad.
I
But
think
he had
we're clear to take calls.
Buzz. I think he had a phone problem because I heard a buzz there. Was that us?
No, I think he might have been on a speaker. 239-9393 is their number. We are here at Miss M's in Bargersville, where they are celebrating. And I tell you what, as we like to say in retail, it's a banger. It is 20% off everything in this store.
On a weekend.
On a weekend. In May. Oh, Denny, hold me. Hold me. I'm feeling faint.
That's what you call competitive pricing. 20% off everything. Trees and shrubs and house plants.
Could someone please get me some water?
Sully,
20% off.
People ask me, is he really that funny? And I said, well, he's a smart aleck, but he really is funny too.
So, Dan, I kind of went through and picked up. They do have a lot of great. So they have a nice little solutions area where you'll find some really top brand. And this is one that we talk about.
Neem oil.
Neem oil. And neem oil is kind of the go-to.
Turn it around for the camera so the people at home can see it too.
It's an organic, and it helps with disease and insects.
And you know how it helps with the insects?
It's a fungicide, it's a miticide, and insecticide because it's an oil, so it smothers.
It smothers them. They breathe through their abdomens, and that's how you kill them.
Well, thanks for the visual.
Well, we've been talking about moles.
I don't like that either. We could just say they fall asleep and they're gone.
So when you have a plant that is hurting a little bit, and so whether it could be a house plant or something outside. So if you just don't know, this is just a great option because, again, insecticide, miticide, fungicide, so it can cover a lot of area and you're not harming anything because it's just neem oil. It isn't organic. So I thought that was a good one.
All right.
Now,
So in your right holster, you're going to carry Weed-Free Zone.
Some of the things that is nowhere near an organic. If you have a tough weed, now this is an expensive weed killer. So this is a ready to use, or as we like to say in the biz, RTU, ready to use. And so really what you're buying here is just water and a little bit of this weed killer. But this product, I wouldn't use it if you just have general weeds and you want to spot treat with just dandelions. You don't need this killer. You don't need that fourth killer, that carfenazone. This is something for tough weeds. Now, yes, will it kill?
Like Creeping Charlie.
Creeping Charlie, violets.
Violets.
Yep.
Even clover, I think, although clover is more of a pH issue, but it's effective on clover.
Yep, it is. So I always say when people like even clover and chickweed both are hard to kill. So like in the ortho line, clover, chickweed and clover have their own weed killer. And I always tell people if they get their own weed killer, there's something special.
Now, Pat, I'm going to ask you, Pat invented some things that you don't know. Pat's an inventor, and he bought something, or he made it. It's a hook for your light switch. You pull out one of the screws, you put the hooks in there. So Pat's an inventor. So, Pat, here's what I want. I want you to get a couple holsters. Do you think you could make some holsters?
Weed killer holsters?
Lord. Yeah, so you could carry these.
You know what?
What? I think that's the way you should do it.
Scott's company at one time had a holster.
Did they really?
That you could put.
Now, see, that's a marketing genius.
It was kind of a hard plastic that you could put on your belt, and then you'd tuck your
otherwise,
weed on and
you're
your
hanging it on
right
your
in there.
index finger, and after a while, it starts cutting it. If you just had the holster, put it back. And turn those around. It's very important. Remember that in the state of Indiana, the label is the law, and on the back of these, they have peel-off instructions that tell you everything you need to know about using the product. So when Pat says you can use it for insects, absolutely. And but you got to need to know where you're going to be using that.
Do you know why the spray bottle, the RTU spray bottle, is the most popular, even though it's way more expensive?
You don't have
per
to mix.
ounce because you can get a 1 gallon that has a sprayer
Nobody
on.
wants to mix. Nobody wants to.
Well, no, they're ready to use as well.
RTU.
So why is this one? Because that one's a lot cheaper. So the Roundup, you get a gallon. And you can get it either with a spray or they even have like a little
electric nozzles.
Electric nozzle. So why would this one be more popular when it's so much less?
Because it's cheaper?
No, because you can hold a beer. We're coming right back with more. Our number 239-9393.
This hour on WIBC is powered by Pierce Jewelers, designers of fine custom jewelry.
Pat Sullivan here with exciting news from my friends at Hope Plumbing, now known as Hope Plumbing, Heating, and Cooling. Hope now offers plumbing.
Pat Sullivan, Denny Smith, Allison Lemons. We are here at Miss M's in Bargersville. Now,
About a half a mile south of Whiteland Road.
Denny, we got a program note. We're going to take George Faber.
Okay.
So we have George, and then I know we have a little visitor here. Allison is visiting with her grandma. Terry Stacy is out at the Indianapolis Motor Speedway, and George Faber joins us on the program. Hey, George.
Hey, Pat, Denny, how you all doing?
It's a good day, George. It's a good day. Sorry we couldn't get you earlier. We've been dealing with some monkeys on our back, but I think we got them figured out, and you're the guinea pig.
No problem. I'm glad to do whatever.
So busy time, I imagine, for the spring construction season at B Window.
No, it is, Pat. It's just like your store down at Keystone or up at Allisonville. People are looking this time of year to beautify their home, whether they're buying plants, shrubs, mulch, etc. They're also looking at what they can do on the home. And one of the things is obviously to look at replacing your windows and maybe changing the colors. One of the colors that's really become popular is a black exterior, and how you can change the look of your home. We also do siding work, and we have a platform online where we can show you what it's going to look like, take a picture of your home, show you what it's going to look like, and be able to look at how to beautify and also improve the value of your home. And one of the things that I think the reason we get so much business is, we're employee owned, and all of our employees are shareholders of the company, including the people that are in the field working on your home. I think maybe part of the reason we have 80,000 customers we've worked for around the state of Indiana, and over 1,000 Google reviews in terms of the quality of the work we try to do. And in addition, one of the things we do to try to help is because we know a lot of times it's an expenditure that is a little more than buying a bicycle. And so what we have is 18 months, no payments, no interest, no down payment for customers in terms of doing these projects. And this Infinity by Marvin product that we have, that you have in your home, is an awesome product. It's got a lifetime warranty on it in terms of the material, and then we have a lifetime warranty on our installation. So when you do a project with us, you can be confident that we'll stand behind this over a long period of time.
There you go. And with the great financing and the great deals going on, it is a great time to do a project with B Window. We have B Windows and doors almost exclusively throughout our house, and you should check it out. And whether it's windows or a door that you need, or a screen room to dream room, a bath makeover, whatever it is, give B Window a call. The number 800 blah blah blah. Allison's looking that up, but we can always check them out at bwindow.com.
Faber's B Window. Trust me.
There we go. All right, so we're still here because we were doing that in segment, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
So now we're going to have a little visitor.
Yes. Now,
Not just a little visitor, a really smart visitor. This is my buddy, Maria Jean, and she is a Purdue, I think you're finishing for your freshman year. Is that right, Maria? All right. This girl was propagating plants when she was, 8 years old? Your little babies. I've heard stories about these little babies. And now she's at Purdue, and she's studying horticulture. And what's the dream? You want to start your own greenhouse?
Well, I'm just thinking about maybe working here and that sort of thing. But yeah.
Well, what might be nice is that there's property back here on your uncle's property that you might be able to start a growing operation.
Maybe. I'm not sure yet, but yeah.
So is your mom and Mary sisters?
Yep. Mm-hmm.
Well, that resemblance.
We took that picture.
Yeah, especially when they smile.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. All right.
And
so-
I'm not one that picks us up on, people always say, oh, they look, and I generally don't see that. But with you, I do see that.
There's
you look
no
like your
denying
aunt.
it. So how many cousins do you have? Because I've heard that a bajillion.
So many. Oh my goodness. Like
Yeah.
24 on one side and 11 on the other.
On
just
the other
first
side.
cousins.
And just
Yep.
first cousins. That's
Yep.
right. Well, so how do you like Purdue so far? It's a
good.
great school, but you're in your first year. So
Yeah.
so was it just general stuff about horticulture the first semesters?
Yeah, a lot of them were like introductory courses, and I took like a bug class in the fall and that
A
sort
bug
of thing.
class. So
Yeah.
how do you feel about neem oil? We have is neem oil a good one?
Oh, I don't know.
I don't
Should know.
Should know.
Haven't got that far yet.
That's sophomore year.
Neem oil is just it's the hottest thing as far as an organic
Okay,
because it takes care of it. You can use it on house plants. It's really like if you work in a store and somebody comes up with, like, you have no idea. You go, I think I would try neem oil because it's organic. It's not going to cause any, and it can take care of an insect, a fungus. So it really is
And Maria,
kind of a go-to.
just like watching Pat, if you say it with confidence, they're going to know you know what you're talking about. And if you've got a Purdue hat on, you're halfway there anyway.
So Purdue is the place to be for agriculture. What got you into agriculture? Was it just being around family who already was in the industry? Or?
Yeah, my parents are farmers too.
Okay.
So I grew up on the farm.
How
and-
many acres? That's what you always ask. How many acres?
I'm
You
not
don't
sure.
know the
I
family
know.
acreage?
Well, how about this? Are they Case? Are they John
Oh,
Deere?
John Deere,
John
yeah.
Deere. See?
Yeah, I was
there
going to
you
say
go.
this side of town, John Deere.
That's like Ford and Chevy. You don't want to go there with some farmers. John Deere. All right. Well,
So
thanks
where did you? I have one more question. A couple more actually. So where are you in a dorm?
Oh, yep. I was in one without air conditioning.
Oh, no.
They
you're
still
one of the
have
older
those?
ones.
I know.
Was it Shreve? Which one's that?
No,
one?
it was Owen.
Owen.
Yep, it's a co-ed dorm, so.
Oh, even worse.
So you'd rather be around boys than have air conditioning? What's the matter with you?
I don't think she got an
No, I
option.
didn't get a choice.
Oh, you didn't get a
they,
choice.
They assign it to you.
Yeah.
So was it a suite type thing, or were you just in a room with a roommate?
Oh, I was with two roommates. It was a double converted to a triple.
Oh,
and
my
then,
gosh.
Yep.
Wow.
So were these roommates you knew, or that just?
Oh, I didn't know them, but they knew each other from high school. But
Oh, that
I
was
got
great.
Yep. One of them I'm rooming with next year, so
Oh,
it
good.
worked out really well.
Are you
So
moving
you-
to a new dorm so you have air conditioning now?
Yeah, I'll have air conditioning.
So it's
next
great. So
year.
you put a wedge between the two
Oh,
good
no,
friends
no,
and
no.
stole the roommate. I see where that went.
Oh no.
No, I'm kidding. Of
Sorry,
course.
Maria. I couldn't prepare you for that.
Oh yeah, it's okay.
All right. Well, thanks for spending a little time with
Oh
us.
yeah, thanks.
I'm glad you had a great experience at Purdue because, and I like to know that stuff because I am thinking about going to college.
Oh, yeah, never too late.
Well, go ahead
Yeah.
and tell Maria how long you were in college.
3 days.
Yeah.
Went to IU for 3
I went
days.
to three,
Well,
3
that's
days.
because
and-
you went to IU.
Well, you know why I went to IU?
Why?
Because in the late 70s, anybody could go to IU. I mean, literally.
Did you say
anybody.
that?
I mean, if you had a pulse, you could go
You
to
didn't
IU.
say that. Oh,
And I
man.
know it's not like that now, but that's exactly why I went to IU.
Oh, okay.
So there
Maria,
you
I
go.
had an old farmer tell me once that the secret to farming was not to brag, but to listen to the braggers, because even though they were bragging, they really did have some good ideas.
Yeah.
So that's probably your family, isn't it? No, listening all the time. Got it.
There you go. All right. Well, it's great seeing you. Great to meet you. We're going to take a short break. We're going to come back. Beth, we have your call is going to be coming up, and then yours at 239-9393.
Life moves fast.
We move fast. Get moving fast. It's not business as usual.
So does the news.
I could be a stupid person and say, oh, no, we don't want a free plane.
Decisions made today
The United States and China announcing a 90-day pause.
could impact you tomorrow.
Goldman Sachs adjusting its 2025 economic outlook.
The issues, some solutions.
What's next?
I'll let you know at the appropriate time.
Got to stay tuned.
We're already tracking.
You just stay out of this until we finish
I
this,
do.
John,
Hey,
right there.
I'm all here for frivolous arguments. Go.
So, John, the difference in the fever this year versus last year. That's a question.
Expectations are through the roof.
Right. Caitlin's now has had some rest. When you come out of the college
rest.
draft, no rest, you go right to it.
Yeah.
So now she has a year under her belt.
They loaded up on free agents that have been there and won former titles.
And Stephanie White is here now.
Stephanie White is the new
talk about an
coach.
experienced
So,
coach.
yeah, I think the New York Liberty are the odds-on favorite to win it all. The Las Vegas Aces are there, but the fever should be there. The expectations, again, are through the roof. And, they're on 93 WIBC now on the radio, TV everywhere, mostly national TV. It's an incredible experience. This is like a golden era.
Yeah, it really
Pacers
is.
Sports Entertainment are going through right now because the Pacers guys, this is a window, a championship window that not only now, next year they can take advantage of because you see the landscape in the East with Giannis in Milwaukee, transitional phase, the Boston Celtics and Tatum, injury transitional phase. Now's the time. So, Stephen Simon, get your checkbook out, start writing some big fat checks because this is the time. Take advantage of this. This does not come around very often. Ask the Colts about the Manning era and what happens when that's over.
All right, so what about going back to the Hicks versus the Knicks?
Yes.
The golden days of the 1990s, that was so much fun.
Can I give you some high irony in this?
Yep.
So, the most physical team in the NBA, and I would suggest they are, and it's not like the 94 Knicks. We remember the Knicks and Charles Oakley and Anthony Mason and Charles Smith as being physical. The Pacers are the most physical in the NBA with their style of play because they're up and down the floor. They wear you out. They wear you to the nub. And you have seen so many teams that they play end up with guys that have what? Injuries. It's not a physicality that we remember like in that era that you bring up,
right?
But it's a level of physicality that nobody has been able to match. The Pacers own that right now. That's their biggest edge going in against the Knicks is they're deep, the style of play. The Knicks play about 7 guys, if that. Most of the time, mostly time it's 5. And it's a wear and down thing.
That's how I felt that the last couple of games is the Pacers just wore them out.
And these guys get injured. Look how many guys were injured in the Cleveland Cavaliers series. It's not because the Pacers are dirty or because they're muscular, physical guys. They just wear you out.
Wear you out.
Everybody wants to play that style. Everybody that's ever picked up a basketball, hey, that's fun. It's enjoyable up and down the floor. But you forget you have to get back on defense and play down there too. And that wears absolutely everybody out. So
what a great analysis.
It is. It is. And it's also an anomaly in the NBA. Mostly you think about, well, you got to have 2 to 3 elite level players. The Pacers just have a team. And when you're first born in the state of Indiana, what are you taught by anybody that's known basketball before? The team concept. That's always been known for high school, always been known collegiately. It is now known with the Pacers, the team concept, which is much different than what most of the other NBA teams are doing.
Boy, you can hear him every afternoon on our sister station, The Fan.
Yes.
Yeah, that type
And tonight.
And tonight.
See, I just
on
made more
B105.
sense in this 5-minute span than I made all last week.
No, you don't sell yourself
Well,
short.
actually, it was the most sense in the last 3.5 hours.
Yeah.
Are you still
I was
doing
like,
that?
this is really good for us.
Yeah.
Are you still
Well, you
doing
guys
that?
are arguing about the commercials.
Yeah, are
and
you still
the
doing
time.
that stupid segment, Ask Pat? Are you still doing
Oh,
that
yeah, we're going to
nonsense?
do that again. Absolutely.
In the summertime, right?
You know what?
Yeah.
The thing is, it may get delayed a little bit,
Yeah.
which isn't bad because then that
means
that
we're
knows
winning.
the Pacers are winning.
Eight games away from a championship. And when I heard that the first time, I didn't, but 8 wins.
You want to know why I love having Pat on, #AskPat? Because I get to say the term meat thermometer all the time.
Yeah.
And I giggle every time I say it.
Yeah.
Because he always lets me give away.
We talk about.
I say, because I love to frame it. I frame it like this. I say, hey, today, Pat, you're going to let me give away a meat thermometer. I'm going to give away my meat thermometer to somebody, and everybody giggles
And then
about it. It's
we
just
giggle and
pure
then,
great radio.
I talk a lot about. We have so many great rubs.
Yes.
Meat rubs.
Yes. And let me. Here's my
Hey,
meat thermometer.
guys,
with
there is a lady here.
I know it's a different.
I work with Hammer and Nigel. This is
I will
nothing.
tell you,
Never mind.
it's a little different station over.
Yeah,
a little different than
the Wild West over there. You ask. That's why you ask about the timing thing at the end of the hour. I don't pay attention to any of that.
Well, I know you don't.
Yeah, I drive James, my producer, nuts. He just break in my ear, and I go on that. I'll break when I want.
I got enough issues. Do not encourage
I'm
him.
watching as we go to the bottom or going to the top, and I expect you got got a hard out. It's like, no, I would just keep going.
Yeah, I'll just keep going. I think I'm in a groove right now, so you just sit back, and I'm going to keep going. That's what I say to James all the
Wow,
time. You
that's
just
sort of
settle down.
arrogant. That's sort of.
That's not arrogant.
It's all about
No,
me.
it's
That's what I deal with over here.
Well, I've spent like 25 more years in this than James, so I feel confident that I know what I'm doing. But I love James, though. But it's true.
You just make him sweat constantly.
Yeah.
He has a bit of a tick now,
he
I
does.
think.
Oh, he's just he's a little nervous. He's all nervous.
You know,
and
we
all
ought to have
shaking.
we ought to have a whole show about how the board ops, how their frustrations.
We're all going to get together and write a book one day.
And
I think.
how hard they work. I mean, they do have to.
I see how often I can get Todd Meyer to yell at James and not at me because I'm not there.
Todd Meyer started off with Pat Sullivan.
I know.
On the Home and Garden
I
show.
love. Hey, there is nobody more on top of it than Todd Meyer. Todd Meyer, the
He's the
executive producer,
executive
is
producer of The Fan.
on top of it.
He did the Garrison show for years and years.
Yeah.
And I'm not saying he carried Greg on his shoulders, but the one that was doing
Yeah.
all the research was
well,
Todd.
you have to stay on top of it with that guy too.
We had speaking of those characters, we had a little reunion for the
wasn't that
employees of the
wonderful?
90s and early 2000s at the store. We had about 50 people. Saw Garrison,
wonderful.
Vinny, Vince Welch came.
Welch, yep.
Dave Wilson, Joe Stasiak, so many people from The Office and stuff.
And
It was
Claudette,
really-
the lady that signed
Yeah.
our paychecks for
That's
years and years.
awesome.
Yeah,
It
right
was
there.
a lot
It
of
was really
fun.
cool to see everybody.
Lee
get
DeNoon, we
together.
had Lee DeNoon came in, and the lady that did the gobble.
Yeah.
Oh, I can't remember her name now. Oh, she did the gobble.
Joanne
she worked
Clues.
Joanne Clues.
With
She
the
worked in
news.
newsroom,
Clues,
too.
good call right
Joanne
there.
Clues with
She's
the
a
news.
Spanish teacher now at Northwest Middle School, which used to be Northwest High School.
She
And
also
you know-
sings at church.
And you know what? I was going to ask. I asked Pat. I was like, "That's such a great time for everyone to be together." I hope you guys got a group picture so I can post it on Put on WIBC. People would love to be nostalgia about it.
Right.
No one
Nobody
took
took
pictures.
Yep.
This is why you need a young person.
Yeah,
around.
typical. We took
Typical
took
radio
no photos.
people.
It was like a CIA reunion. You don't want to take pictures at the CIA.
Linda
No.
That's what happens
Severino.
when a
Did,
producer's
now,
not
did you
there.
know Tom Severino?
I did not.
He
That
might
was-
have passed away by the time.
I had come along, I think, after that era. So,
Yeah.
It was
like
like
15
very
years
cool.
now, though. Just
Yeah.
navigating
Like
it,
that.
just
All right.
continue to go.
What do we got tonight?
JV Takeover, one of those normal nights, but Denny next Saturday night. The All Request Saturday night. Bronze, Fun Time Campers, Austin Braun, Pendleton Pike's going to have me house my home base inside the Coke lot. Twin Peaks going to be there with me. Dev's over there who's eating lunch right now is going to be the engineer. We're going to try to keep everybody sober.
Look at
And,
Sure you are.
and the train on the tracks.
All
It's
right.
going to be great. The first time in the Coke lot of all time, and it's going to be
and
absolutely
you're letting
outstanding.
Tony
fun.
Katz come.
Yeah, there's zero way he's going to show up. That's
Yeah.
way too cool for him.
it's too
So
late.
he'll be at 6 a.m. I'll be over there joining him in Pagoda Plaza. But no, next week, Carb Day, Pagoda Plaza for my show in the afternoon.
We'll be
and
there
then
for the. We'll be on the circle for the
And then-
parade. It's gonna be a
Oh,
big
that's
weekend.
next
All right,
week.
and,
Yeah.
And I tell you what we're going to do. I'm going to bring Fulton on so he can lock it out. here.
Fulton, he had his Susical last night. Let's talk about it. Oh, yes.
How are
Hey,
you,
Fulton.
John? I hear you.
How you doing, buddy?
Great. I just played everyone the message last night for you, and we
That's awesome.
knocked it out.
Well, here's my question for you. Did you create a musical last night that was Tony Award winning? Are you going to get a Tony
Yep, we sure
nomination out of
did.
this? Yeah.
We sure
How'd you
did.
do on Green Eggs and Ham, buddy?
We did awesome. Everyone loved it. Everyone clapped. Everyone singed. Everyone danced. And it was a fun experience. And
Let me
tonight,
tell you, I know
and-
everybody sitting right here is incredibly proud of you.
Yes, we are.
There's no doubt about that.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
Yep,
That is well
and
done,
we've
buddy.
got one today around 2 o'clock, and then we got one at 7 o'clock tonight.
Did you guys know that Fulton in July is going to go up on stage with Earth, Wind,
Yes,
and Fire?
I did.
That's what he
And
tells us.
Everwise, he's going to play his ukulele.
It's September.
Yeah. And intro September.
Yep.
Wow.
We're all going for that, Fulton. to see that.
We definitely will be
Yep,
there for
I'm
that.
excited for it.
All right, you got to
Yep.
keep your ukulele out there, and we're going to see if they won't let you do Boogie Wonderland too.
Yep. What's
All
the
right,
theme for
Fulton, you
tonight,
need to-
John?
You need to lock us
Yep.
out for tonight for John, okay? Lock it out. Take it
All
home.
right, let's do it. Don't forget to listen to the JMV Takeover on B105.7, and listen.
There he goes.
Well, I guess that was it.
93 WIBC.
The pothole. Formed in colder months, tiny fissures are born, and in no time at all, they grow. into big, gigantic tire killer.
Back. We are here in a hopping spot here.
Man, this place is just, well, it's 20% off on a weekend. Are you kidding me?
In May.
In May. It's not like it's not a prime season to be selling stuff.
I'd like to take the owners to a counseling session.
Yeah, we're at Miss M's on the south side. This is the sister to Sundown Gardens on the north side, and it's about a half a mile south of Whiteland Road. Down on 135. If you get to Bargersville, you've gone too far. If you get to the construction process for that roundabout, turn around and come back up north anyway. But part of the team there and one of the owners is David Bergman, and he's supposedly the landscape. Yeah, hi, David. He's the landscape architect of the group. And David, I've seen some of your work, and it's pretty impressive. Right here at Miss M's, this Southside Fountain, or what would you call that waterscape?
I would go more water feature, natural creek.
Yeah. It's one of my dreams. But then if you lie
That's what
down,
you're dreaming about?
That's our Zen area.
I'm dreaming about the Belinsky triplets.
No, I thought about pumping water up from the pond and let it go down a little gravel creek bed back down to the pond, and that would be my guy to do it. But then I lie down and the feeling passes.
There you go. That's my saying. Lay down until the feeling passes.
It's a wonderful place to take a nap right outside the front door.
All right, so where all do you go? I understand the relationship between Miss M's and, of course, Sundown Gardens up north, but the landscape guys like you, where all do you go, or where do you not go?
Well, I mean, it obviously depends on the project. We're focused heavily on the north side, but with Miss M starting up on the south side, we do make our way down here quite a bit. It seems like once, every week we've got crews coming down this direction. So try to pair up projects, and we'll do anything from small planting jobs to we've built a few water features just like we have up front here. We've got into some hardscape projects as well.
On lakefront properties, I've seen the terraces that you guys build with the big flagstones, and it's just incredible. And I actually saw Brian on a mini excavator. I didn't think that guy could tie his own shoes.
Brian,
he's really good.
He is very good with equipment.
Yeah,
and you know that.
And the skid steer, too.
Yeah, you know that.
Most people run equipment, but I think the equipment runs Brian. He becomes one with that piece of equipment.
No.
Yeah. Right. Very Zen-like.
He is.
So any changes in as far as projects that you're doing? As far as, is something catching on, like, pergolas or grill things?
We're seeing a lot of natural stone. We're seeing a little bit more of the earth tones come back. Obviously, grays, blacks, whites, stuff like that was hot for a while. A lot of natural stones, a lot of boulders.
Are you still doing the outdoor kitchens? Is that your division?
Yes, absolutely.
Yeah.
You do see that switching a little bit too, where the brick and the stone are matching the house a little bit, so it becomes more one with the property or the actual house versus part of the landscape. But a lot of natural stone. There's a lot of cool things that they're doing with natural stone. They're milling them now to where they're gauged, and we can create some really neat retaining with them. And
so it's changed so much. It's not so much the old hard goods where we just had little bricks and little notches and we put them all together. You guys have gone big time.
Yeah, it cycles. It definitely. When I started, it seemed like beige and tans were in, and then it cycled out, and now they're coming back. So. Call it going back to the good old days. But.
What's a big job that you do what kind of time, what's the longest that you've been on a job?
From planning, the planning process is almost as long as the project.
Yeah, right. But I'm talking about from the first day of construction.
Because we've got one that we're working on right now that we've been planning for over a year. And I haven't started on the project yet.
Okay. But I understand the planning because that's kind of a back and forth.
When we get started, obviously, large-scale project, large property, but we're going to be there for probably a year and a half, I would say.
Goodness.
Oh, my God.
A lot of moving parts, a lot of different things.
Do you pour foundational work, or is it just landscape stuff?
Mostly landscape. Depends on what we're getting into. When we get into something that size, obviously there's other concrete companies and foundation companies on site that we can kind of partner with.
I had no idea. A year and a half in construction?
Yeah. Wow.
How many man-hours would we be talking about?
Oh, goodness. Thousands and thousands of
man-hours.
This is cool. So it's a lot of fun. It's obviously a lot of moving parts, but there's a process to it. So we have to get in and do a portion of it so that the home can actually continue.
Right.
And then
so
we
you
jump back
get in and do some pre-work, and you might not be there for
couple months, and then we
couple
come
months
back.
and you come back.
Absolutely.
David
Okay.
Bergman, the designer for Sundown Gardens, and I guess you're part of Miss M's down here because I know you're going to be here all afternoon.
Yeah, I don't have the shirt on today. I'm still sporting Sundown today.
Sundown Gardens. But if you ever want to do design work, David is your guy. They have a complete facility up at Sundown Gardens there at 186 and Spring Mill Road. You go in, they can lay out, they can show you different designs. It's just incredible the way you approach it. And it instills a lot of confidence. Instead of having Louis on a backhoe and the two trunk slammers from Kentucky that come up to help him.
That's right.
This is real work.
There you go.
Did I slam Kentucky enough for you?
Well, you've slammed Southsiders, Kentucky.
No, I complimented Southsiders. I said Southsiders go up to Hamilton
you slammed the Northsiders.
I slammed the Northsiders.
But in a way, you're slamming the Southsiders, too, because you're saying the Northsiders don't want to come down because there's whatever reason.
Now, look at David.
They
David's
don't
a
need to.
Northsider.
There's
He coming
Sundown on the
here.
north side and Miss M's on the south.
Yeah.
Don't need to mix it.
You really don't. David
Oh,
Bergman,
boy,
thank
you're
you.
a lot of help.
Now, if people want to get in touch with David Bergman, what's the best? Now, this is our landscape architect, designer. What do we call you?
Yeah, sure. Designer.
Okay.
A little bit of jack of all trades,
Yeah.
master of nothing.
So how do they find you?
Sundown Gardens website, sundown.gardens.com, or look us up, give us a call, 846-0620, and we'll kind of see what is going on with us having the garden center on the north side. We can get you set up for whatever scale project we're working
big
with.
jobs, little jobs, mammoth jobs. These are your folks. Thanks for driving down.
do
here.
it all.
Absolutely. Thanks
All
for
right,
coming
David,
in
good
today.
to see you,
Bergman.
man. 239-9393 when we come back. Gary, we're going to get right to your call. 93 WIBC.
This hour on 93 WIBC is powered by Pierce Jewelers, Carmel's Diamond Engagement Ring Store.
Spring is here, and Dammons is full speed ahead with endless plant
A little.
Allison Lemons, when we had a break, went out.
I didn't think
and
I
got
could hit
food.
that high note.
And she asked me if I wanted something to eat, and I said, no, I'm really not hungry. You guys came back, and the food all smelled so good. This is a lovely lady. She cut her sandwich in half and gave me half her sandwich.
I knew you'd want it.
Oh, you're.
You smell those hamburgers. They were good.
There's no way in hell I would have
Thank
ever
you,
done
dear
that.
one. She's the real deal, is what I'm saying.
Gary joins us on the program. Hi, Gary.
Hey, good morning. I met somebody yesterday, I think, that's on your show. I'm going to screw this up. Sorry.
You probably are. Is this Gary Green?
Yes,
I recognize
sir, it
this
is.
voice. Now, this young man is getting ready to drive across the United States with a memorial for veterans and folks that have lost their lives as veterans. Gary, go ahead and tell them the story, because you're about to get on the road for 3 weeks.
Yeah, it's a traveling wall that is the shape of a U.S. flag, red, blue, and silver, and each one of the colors is a dog tag of a soldier that had been killed in action during Iraqi Freedom, Desert Storm, and the likes. There's 7,800 tags on it. But it's not about me. It's Denny, you, without saying too much, I read the card once I got home. And, I got on the Dr. Google thing or whatever it's called, and you touched my emotions, and that card and the other thing will be going with me to Phoenix and back, and then
Let me tell
on the rest of my...
Gary, we have to inside baseball doesn't work on radio. My father gave me a Golden Rule marble in 1962, and I have done my best to keep that tradition going. And yesterday, Gary works at Cool Creek Park, and he always stops to talk, which is so unusual. But he gave us a challenge coin for OEF, and I can't remember what it stands for, Gary. But anyway,
Operation Enduring Freedom.
Enduring Freedom. He gave me a challenge coin. I just reached in my pocket and gave him my marble. But Gary, thank you for calling. You drive safe, and remember, without a CDL, you're a victim. Okay, you take care of yourself.
I'll see you in a few weeks. Thanks, sir.
All right, Gary. Hey, good luck. Thank you for doing that. That's awesome.
He's a good guy.
He is.
And I tell you what, he puts up with some crazy campers. What people do are just crazy. John, he's going to put his headset back on.
Well, because, my whole family, we're so excited about this whole Pacer thing.
Yeah.
Don't forget
and we all
and
wanted
the fever
it.
at 2:45.
Don't forget
And the fever. I get it.
And qualifying.
But they're starting their season.
Yeah, I know.
The Pacers are like in
There's
the
a
heat
lot
of
going on. I know.
Golden era it is with Pacer
It
Sports
is.
and Entertainment. There's a lot to take care of. You can't sleep on any of this.
Did you want the Knicks? Because we wanted that rematch from those.
I don't think it
matter.
really matters. I mean, obviously, you look at the Celtics, you would rather have the Celtics without Jason Tatum. And certainly the Knicks have that memory of a year ago in Game 7. I don't know if anybody caught Keyshawn Johnson noted nimrodery earlier this week. Yeah, he's the one, if you remember, going back to the game with Marvin Harrison that Monday night, Tampa Bay and the Colts. It was mic'd up and said that's how he gets his catches, and then proceeded to get absolutely rolled over by Marvin Harrison of the Colts. So he had mentioned earlier this week that, he didn't think the Pacers had a shot against the Knicks because can you imagine trying to win a game at Madison Square Garden with that crowd and all the celebrities and blah, blah, blah. Completely not understanding they did that in Game 7 a year ago and won by 21 points. So I think now, Pat, everybody's kind of recognizing around the league, never paying attention to the Pacers, and why you need to pay attention to the Pacers. It's like an unveiling of sorts of a team that last year was like the little engine that could, this really good story, but probably
It's like, look at the
like
little
Haley's
guys.
Comet.
Yeah.
Now everybody's legitimizing it, and you further do that against the Knicks. So I think this is the way it should be, right? I don't know if it's the way anybody wants it to be, but it's the way that it should be, because it does stir a little bit of echoes from the 90s. Without question. And the last time the Pacers made it to the NBA Finals, they beat the Knicks in 2000 and went to the
What
finals.
was that great Mark Boyle? I forget what it was. I always hear that replay. All right, so what about Bob and Tom?
Ding dong, the witch is dead.
That's right. There you go. Bob and Tom had that famous parody song, we use our tractor as a car. Do you remember that one?
Well, I remember everybody pulled up in front of Market Square Arena where the old city market was on tractors and John Deere's and such.
I love
back
that
then.
we embraced.
Yeah.
Because
Hicks from the sticks.
that's always been, kind of an East Coast thing. It's like, I remember because we vacation on the East Coast, and this is 20 years ago. A guy, wasn't a family member, but a friend of a family member, he goes, and he was serious. He goes, so what do you do for fun in Indiana? I said, well, we just, strip down and run through the cornfield.
Yeah, it sounds like
that's
fun
pretty
to
much
me.
it. But that's how stupid the questions are.
Ignorant. They don't know.
Right.
They don't know that there's something else besides the East Coast. Now, that you don't get that from Buffalo. Now, Buffalo Bills fans, those are human beings just like us.
Because they're running through the cornfield, dude, too.
But if you get down to the East Coast, I hung with those people in school. They're arrogant.
But I just love that we embraced that.
Yeah.
And that's what they think we're gonna put on a show for them.
My advice, and it's a good thing that this is going to be on TNT. This is TNT's swan song, of course, of covering the NBA. But you're not going to get the whole pregame of ESPN with Stephen A. Smith like you did in Game 7. Remember before Game 7 last year? It was basically a big cheerleading party with Stephen A. Smith as the lead cheerleader on top of the pyramid cheering for the Knicks. ESPN is going to be that. TNT, it's a good thing it's on that because you won't have to deal with Stephen A. Smith and that level of jackassery you get with ESPN.
You pretty much get that with anybody that Pacers play.
Yeah, well, there's no doubt, but I think you'll get a more fair and balanced, and I think universally more knowledgeable approach than it's the Knicks and there's Ben Stiller, so they're going to win. Hey, there's Sting, they're going to win.
So forgive me for not knowing the broadcast schedule, but Reggie Miller, would he be on?
I think
any
you're
of the
going to get Kevin Harlan, Reggie Miller, that group.
Because it just seems like a natural for Reggie.
Yeah, I believe you're going to get that. And then ESPN is going to have the Western Conference Series, which is not sought out yet because they still have that semifinal game tomorrow with the Nuggets and OKC.
It would be great to have Reg just step out on the court there and give the choke sign over to
well, he had him a year ago in a couple of those games, did he not, I think, against the Knicks?
Did he?
And they got all mad about it and
Is
stuff.
Spike Lee going to be in the front row?
Spike is still there.
He'll absolutely be there. Well, you should see. It was a who's who. It was Spike Lee, Lenny Kravitz, Ben Stiller, what's his name, Sharipa from The Sopranos that still shows up to all this stuff. So they do a Who's in the House at Madison Square Garden, and
now,
anybody who's anybody sits basically down there in the front row.
Don't fall for this. This is a rumor. My buddy Chuck tells me, he says, Reggie's going to be on court, and he's letting his hair grow out. And I bought it, hook, line, and sinker. I'm Googling the pictures and everything. He's not letting his hair go wrong. So
they do that at local hardware store owner. Yeah,
Pat Sullivan.
That was kind of the
gyro
big name.
Copter pilot.
I was going to fly in, Johnny. I was going to fly, but with winds at 30 mile per hour gusting, the last thing we need is to have a wreck here.
Yeah, well,
at Miss
listen,
Sims.
that's the problem you have out at the Speedway right now, I think. Colton Hura was in during qualifying, went upside down. That was an ugly get-together. Marcus Armstrong earlier today.
It's not the solid wind. It's the gusts.
Yeah, and you be like flying a kite out there if you're not careful with those things.
Hey, all right, John, I want you to read down at the bottom there. What
John,
all's
real
happening
quick,
here at Miss Sims?
Did we get any report on his condition?
I did not on Colton Hurta. Marcus Armstrong, it's a little iffy whether or not he's going to be able to give this a go and get clearance. And I think you have maybe a stable of 3 or 4 drivers that could step in. Catherine Legg being one of those drivers. I think Romain Grosjean is another one that could step in. But we'll see about Armstrong. I had not seen any clearance hospital-wise, track hospital-wise regarding Colton Hurta.
All right, we'll check
Miss M's Home and Garden.
Take us to break. Tell them what they can get out of here.
Open house special going on right now. The door prize is inside. They're doing that, too. You got the food trucks outside. That's Chomps. You've got Pearl Coffee is outside. You've got Acoustic Catfish playing outside as well with the live music until 2 o'clock.
Don't forget the winos.
There's Bill Richardson, Mallow Run Winery.
Strip poker out back.
Until 2 o'clock. Strip poker at my house and strip Striptease Twister over at my house.
All right.
About 3 miles away. And as I mentioned, the Chomp's
me
food
that.
truck for until 2:30. No, and you get great deals. You could see, and you guys
Look at how
bring
many
everybody
people are in here.
The scene is incredible so far today.
It has been packed all day long.
And I've been, we love Brian and Scott here, and you guys talked to David a little bit earlier, and those at Sundown Gardens, I think in Westfield, are doing something similar today.
They are. They
as
got
well.
the
Same
got
thing.
the Hamilton
20%
County
off.
Llamas.
Yeah.
Instead of music, they have llamas.
Which is a big deal, but you can see how many people love you guys, much like I do, and how many people love coming here.
Here
we
go.
told Brian, Denny and I.
He's talking to me, by the way.
Denny and I told Brian when this was an empty site how big of a deal this
Remember
was
we
going to be.
came out here, we were freezing.
It was freezing.
We came out here, but this was it's needed. But it's Miss M's, about a half a mile south of Whiteland Road. Come on out and see us. Right now, we got to get ready.
We're coming right back, 93 WIBC.
Tony Katz.
When I first started in radio, crews were doing striping. I always said stripping because I didn't read very well.
Fat, drunk, and stupid is no way to go through life, sir.
Governor Braun, can we just get him a Sagamore of the Wabash? Can we just make that happen?
I got two. I don't need another.
Highest honors, Matt Baer. Get this completed.
I got one from Governor Holcomb, got another from Governor Daniels.
And that's no part of that is true.
Tony Katz, mornings 6 to 9 on 93 WIBC and WIBC.com.
Hey, this is Denny Smith for Indiana Foundation Service. You know, spring's in the air, summer is right around the corner, and you know what that means. It's time for a fresh start, and it's not just about decluttering or putting on a fresh coat of paint. It's talking about taking care of the space that protects you and your family from the ground up. So if you've noticed sticking windows and doors, drywall cracks, uneven floors, or mold, mildew smells, how about you schedule a free inspection with Indiana Foundation Service now? Indiana Foundation Service knows that all the signs that point to major building damage in your foundation, crawl space, or basement can be addressed. And here's the bad part. It's only going to get worse over time. So have them come out. One of Indiana Foundation Service experts can identify the home's issues at the source. But again, you'll notice it because you've got these symptoms of smells, sticky windows, doors, drywall cracks, and that type of stuff. You'll want to get ahead of the problem sooner rather than later. So visit IndianaFoundation.com today. Book a free inspection and a no-obligation quote. These are not pushy people. They'll come in, they'll point out where things need to be addressed, and you know what? They're really, really nice people. Indiana Foundation Service, there's a reason they're the trusted local experts.
The Saturday Home and Garden Show is brought to you by Michaelis. Water, storms, fire, and wet basements, life happens. Michaelis happens to help you through it. 844-FIX-INDY. Pat Sullivan here with exciting news from my friends at Hope Plumbing, now known as Hope Plumbing, Heating, and Cooling. Hope now offers plumbing, heating, and air conditioning services, bringing total comfort to your home. No more dealing with multiple home service memberships. For only $8 a month, Hope is now your one-stop for safety and maintenance inspections and so much more. Make sure you're prepared for those Indiana summer heat waves with an AC tune-up by calling Hope Plumbing, Heating, and Cooling today at 641-HOPE.
Greetings, Boomtown. Ever since this neighborhood switched to Xfinity Internet,
The Wi-Fi is booming!
Xfinity combines the power of internet and mobile with one all-in plan.
So we've all got lightning-fast, secure Wi-Fi speeds at home and on the go with Wi-Fi Power Boost from Xfinity Mobile.
You get the most reliable Wi-Fi with our best in-class equipment and unlimited data included. Plus, add an unlimited mobile line.
All for only $40 a month for 1 year. To celebrate this combo, we're mashing our shows together.
It's everything you need all in one plan. Plus, learn how to get a free 5G phone with a premium unlimited line. Now, sit back and relax with the smooth, relaxing sound.
Of face-melting acid metal!
Brilliant.
Visit Xfinity.com to learn more. Ends June 23rd with paperless billing and autopay stored bank account. Restrictions apply. Xfinity Internet gateway required. Taxes, fees extra. After 1 year rate increases to $110 a month. After 2 years, regular rates apply. Actual Wi-Fi speeds vary. Most reliable Wi-Fi based on Open Signal Awards USA. Fixed Broadband Experience Report, August 2024.
I'm Kelly Marburger with EF Marburger Fine Flooring. We want to help you update your home. Whether it is flooring, cabinets, countertops, or a whole kitchen or bath makeover, we can make it the perfect place for any season. Right now, we're celebrating spring with our Spring into Shaw sale. Save 15% on Shaw carpet, hardwood, and vinyl flooring, plus an additional $500 rebate on qualifying products. Visit our showroom at 9
that began at 9 a.m. has come to the final segment, the Speed Round, where we take your calls lickety-split. Speed Round is brought to you by
Thompson Furniture and Mattress in Columbus. Great pricing on Lazy Boy. Indiana-made Smith Brothers Furniture. Mattresses made in Indiana and maintenance-free outdoor furniture. Pat, it's free delivery up to 75 miles. ThompsonFurniture.net.
Who's ready for the Speed Round?
Let's go, boss. Let's go.
I can't handle it.
I know you can't. You know, I thought JMV joins us.
Yes.
I thought John was. Wow, this is cool. John, he's kind of a big deal hanging out.
Yeah, he's been
and
hanging
I just
out all
found
day.
out he's waiting for a piece of equipment we're using.
Yeah, he's going to use it later on tonight. Yeah, I know.
Hey, by the way, shout out to Thompson Furniture. I need some new furniture. Tell them to. I'm within 75 miles of radius.
Oh, my God.
Get that guy to call me. I'm ready.
They're the real deal.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. That's what I hear.
In spite of that affiliation with Hammer and Nigel.
Well,
I think
that's who told me. They both told me that
You know
they're
what?
the real deal.
Yeah. But you know,
ask for Spencer.
Obviously, they made a mistake there. Jeff joins us on the program. Hey, Jeff.
Hey, what's up? Hey, this
It's
is for Denny.
regular,
Denny,
Jeff.
for decades. Yep, it's regular, Jeff. Denny, for years, I went into forestry by myself and cut wood for the fire pit. One time I had a near fatal accident, and I came home, told the wife. She said, "Look, that's it. You're not going in the woods by yourself again, you dummy." Now I knew that, right? Because something happens, right? So I just called to wish you a speedy recovery, and next time you get the hedge trimmers out, my God, make sure Jane's there just in case. We're so fortunate
And my
that it
thanks
happened.
my thanks to the PA Hannah.
You don't have to thank your doctors.
I want to thank. She's not a doctor. She's just a PA. But she gave me 21 of the best stitches I've ever had in my life.
And you gave them $12,000.
And I don't know what it was, but don't forget Karen Poor.
No, it's always
What?
Yeah.
Stitches?
He has 21 stitches in his hand.
Remind everyone how you did that.
I was working with a hedge trimmer, and I was brushing away a wire that was in the way. The hedge trimmer bounced off the side of the house, came right into my hand.
Denny!
I don't
wearing
think he
gloves,
was-
Denny?
I don't think he was working with a hedge trimmer. I think he got worked by a hedge trimmer.
Yeah. Oh, God.
Denny!
I'm so
Come
glad
on,
he shared
man.
all these photos with us.
You're lucky those
I know.
things
I'm gonna
stayed
frame
attached, buddy.
That's what everybody says. You
It's
still
going to be
have
my
them.
business card.
Yeah, exactly.
Hey, those are your nose pickers.
It's my left hand. I use my right hand, John. Now, there's a Greene County boy right there.
There's your nose pickers.
Yeah.
Oh, boy.
Dang.
What day
Careful,
was, what
buddy.
day was that?
It was Wednesday at 3:10 in the afternoon.
How's the
I
weather?
mean, exactly.
Yeah, I was at the hospital by about 3:30, and they had me in. And IU North, the emergency room, they're
That kind of
incredible.
had to scare you, though, a little bit, didn't it? With being by yourself?
It took my breath away. Because I knew
I
it
would
was
have
deep.
freaked out a little bit.
Well, I got enough paper towels. I had paper towels in the garage, and I wrapped it around about 20 times. And
Did you
just
you
pressure.
put duct tape?
No, I didn't put duct tape
That's what
on
my
it.
dad always did, like duct tape over the.
Then that has to come off and
No, over the
Over the
towel.
towel.
Over the towel.
It does hold it better.
I just held it, but I knew I was in trouble.
Oh,
the worst
Danny.
part was the lidocaine shots at the base of your finger.
I know you keep telling us that.
Oh, it hurt.
Good thing it wasn't your right hand.
Yeah, that's
Yeah,
true.
exactly.
Look at the time.
Oh, brother. This is the Home and Garden Show.
Hey, remember, where's the
John.
clock at? Okay. Miss M's, today only 20% off everything, and that includes up
Everything.
at Sundown Garden. 20% off everything but labor, pretty much.
No special orders. No special
No
orders.
special orders. The band is still playing. There's food trucks outside.
Mallow Winery's already here.
No Richardson.
And the Fever play right here on WIBC at 2:45. We'll see you next week, 93 WIBC.
Broadcasting from the Technology Recycler Studios, this is Indy's Mobile News, 93 WIBC. WIBC HD1 Indianapolis. The news starts now.
Lives lost. I'm Paul Stevens, Fox News. Tornadoes ripping through the Midwest last night, killing at least 23 people. Fox Weather's Katie Byrne in hard-hit St. Louis.
The mayor of St. Louis says 5 lives were lost after that severe weather moved through last night. Trees are down. The damage is all over the place. We're seeing people show up to start that cleanup process. Police are blocking off a number of roads. They enforced a curfew overnight, and many homes and businesses are still without power. In some cases, left exposed to the elements with roofs and walls completely gone. The city says at least 5,000 homes have been damaged because of this. The storms hit just before dinner time for these folks who say they really didn't have much time to take cover.
And more than a dozen people are dead, several more seriously wounded in Kentucky, thousands without power. Republicans still optimistic, they say, about that so-called one big beautiful bill from the Trump White House.
Despite failing to clear the House Budget Committee, House Republican leadership staff says the committee